Oh.
At least you didn't have to play hockey with them. Good afternoon, Councillor Richter. Can you hear us today?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you. And Raman, can you hear us as well?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
By acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and particular acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. And with that, I would bring the regular meeting of Township of Langley Council to order, and also the supplemental meeting of the Township of Langley to order. And the first item is to adopt the agenda items on this agenda and also on the supplemental agenda. And there are two additional delegations to add it to this agenda, and also the supplemental agenda will be added to I of this agenda. So with all of that, could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kunst and Councillor Ferguson seconds. Councillor Arneson. It's not quite on yet.
Thank you, Worship. Further to the delegations, I would like to move that we amend the agenda to have the consideration of the motion at the end of our council meeting to immediately follow after the delegations.
Are you referring
today.
to 01?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved as an amendment to add 01 to after delegation, second by Councillor Kunst. And so on that, I will call the question on that amendment. All those in favor and opposed?
Opposed.
Richter opposed. It carries. So now the agenda items as amended. I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. And Councillor Arneson, your hand is still up. Okay. Okay, no problem. Yeah. Next, I have a motion to adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of February the 28th. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson, second. Seconder. Councillor Kunst. Councillor Ferguson. Yes, I see. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it, I hope it's in this one, is the motion regarding, if it's in this one, the, was it Fort Langley? Or, yeah, concept plan for Fort Langley Community Park. Okay, I wanted to ask you or the clerk, there is a motion to, it's kind of confusing, whether we're going to proceed with the spray park or not proceed, if I may, through the chair to the clerk. What are we going to do with that? I guess it was item 01.
Are you referring to the clerk's note?
In the minutes of the February the 28th, 2022.
Yeah. You're referring to the clerk's note, I understand.
No,
so,
it's page 24.
yeah. The clerk's note in the minutes. Yeah.
The minutes.
So, okay. If I got that correct, what you're asking is the clerk's note referred to the interpretation.
Yeah.
So I know I recall that conversation, and the clerk and I clarified what the intent was, and so therefore the clerk put that note in there just to ensure. So the intent was that if that motion was defeated, that the other motion would still stand. So that was the ruling of the chair, and without any opposition from anybody or questions from anybody, the question was put to the council and carried. So
yeah, but I guess that's where my confusion is. So, do we need a parliamentarian to look at this and say, well, what did we actually decide? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, many different motions and amendments, and I'm just confused by it. I was just wondering if we can get a parliamentarian to look at this.
Yeah, actually, it's the chair that makes the ruling at the meeting, and the chair made the ruling, and there was no debate or question of the chair's ruling. So the ruling would stand, and a parliamentarian would probably tell you that. Ms. Bauer, can you elaborate on that?
That is correct. The minutes are taken at the direction of the chair. The chair at the time did clarify it for us. We did ask for a clarification. The chair provided clarification, and there was no objection from council members. So at that point, it was recorded that way.
Following on that, the minutes are correct. And I think that's all we're doing now is errors and omissions. If you wish to go offline and discuss it with the clerk or the CEO or myself, I'm happy to, but.
Okay, but what if, I mean, there's a lot of people in this room, what if in this world people make mistakes?
Oh, everyone makes
And
mistakes.
I'm trying to say, maybe, Mr. Mayor, just maybe you made a mistake.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not saying that you're perfect or I'm perfect,
No.
is that there's quite a bit of minutes here.
That's right.
How do we resolve the fact that you are absolutely correct?
Because.
And that's why I'm asking the question. I wouldn't be
Okay,
asking
if
this
you let me
question
answer
today.
it. If you let me answer
Well,
it.
let me speak, please.
Okay, you
I
asked
wouldn't
the
be
question.
asking that question today if I didn't think my years on council and my years in training and education didn't think that maybe perhaps that there was an error made in these minutes and perhaps we can look at it and clarify it.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
my only question. And I was just wondering, what course do I have? You know, bring a notice of motion up or ask the administrator to seek legal counsel or other, what is the route I would take? Because I believe, and I could be wrong, that there might have been an error made.
Thank you. So you've raised a question on errors or omissions regarding the minutes. That question has been answered. If you wish to take this further with the clerk or the CEO after the meeting, you may, but as far as we can see, the minutes have been reflected as they were, as it happened at that meeting. So I don't believe there's an error or omission. Ms. Bauer did look at that, and she did review the tape, and I know our staff have recorded the minutes as they were. So in answer to your question, the minutes are correct.
Okay, I'm going to
Thank you.
challenge the chair.
Well, all you can do is vote against.
There's no discussion. I'm going to challenge the chair.
On what?
There's no
What are you challenging
discussion.
on?
There's no, either there's a second or there's no second. There's
what are
either
you-
a second or no second.
So you're challenging the chair on, but you have to explain what you're challenging me on.
No, I don't.
The minutes are from the clerk. So if you wish to make an amendment motion to the minutes, then you
I'm
should
just
make an
going to
amendment
challenge the
motion.
chair right now.
Ms. Bauer, if you could help clarify, I don't understand what he's challenging the chair on. That's because the ruling happened at the last meeting, and they're recorded in the minutes. So the proper way, I would think, would be that you make an amendment to correct the minutes if there is a perceived error. But you can help.
Unfortunately, I agree that it would be best should an amendment be made to the minutes. To challenge the chair, I would need an explanation of what we're challenging exactly for. I'm a little confused on, as there's no motion on the floor.
The motion is the minutes.
Yeah, the motion is to the minutes. So you're challenging the chair to the accuracy of the minutes, in which case the redress for that would be to vote against the minutes or propose an amendment.
Can you please read out the rule, the policy for challenging the chair, please?
While we're doing that, we'll just go on to Councillor Richter. Had a question. We'll come back to you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I have a question, and I'm looking back at my notes from the last meeting, and I don't recall any discussion around an option 4. What is option 4? And I'm in favor actually of amending the minutes to drop that option 4 because I'm not sure what it's referring to. As I recall, Mr. Mayor, when the clerk read back the original motion from, what was it, June of 2021, it was quite clear in that motion that staff were to proceed immediately with funding pre-approved to convert the old pool into a spray park. And I thought your ruling at the time was that if this failed, which it did do, then that original motion would stand. That being that that staff convert the old pool into a spray park immediately because the funds were pre-approved. But I'm not sure what this option 4 is all about. So once Councillor Ferguson's issue is dealt with, I'd like to put a motion forward to strike that.
All the minutes can, yeah, Mr. Backen, I know all the minutes can do is reflect the meeting. We can't Mr. Backen.
So, Your Worship, I'll wade in. I believe in terms of option 4 that's being referenced, which is on the bottom of page 24, that was the original motion that was passed. So the clarification is the original motion stands, and that was the motion. So if that motion is to be altered, that could be done so, but it would have to be done outside the minutes. And I think what stepping into the issue more so is, I think the issue is, are the minutes correct? I think Councillor Ferguson perhaps was saying the minutes are not correct, and heard your explanation and thought that that was a ruling and therefore wished to challenge the chair on that ruling. That is one option, but all that does is bring us back to a discussion on the minutes. The abbreviated process, I think the Councillor Richter was alluding to, would be to amend the minutes to reflect what the body thinks or what the body indicates took place. This is our best recollection from the materials we have in terms of what was intended, but yes, it was a very confusing and challenging issue because we had a motion to build, and then we had a motion to build after a plan, and then the motion to build after a plan was defeated, and there was some question as to whether that in any way affected the original motion, to which the chair ruled there was no impact on the original motion, and what we've recorded in the clerk's note is the original motion as the ruling made by the chair at that point in terms of what the process was.
Thank you. All right, I'll go back to Ms. Bauer. Did you find that?
Appeal of a decision of a chair is challenged. 8.07. On appeal by a member of a decision of the chair, the question as to whether the chair is to be sustained may be put to a vote immediately by the chair and decided without debate.
There shouldn't be any debate then right now.
Let's vote on it.
So I am clear. Your challenge is to the decision of the chair that the minutes were incorrect, or
The minutes are incorrect, that's right.
okay, and the section of the minutes are incorrect is simply the clerk's note?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you.
Need a seconder?
In this case, no. What we've done is we've taken it directly to a challenge, so
Okay,
therefore,
then I'm
all councillors vote to sustain or not sustain the mayor, and the mayor does not vote.
Okay, so there is no debate on the challenge, and so the challenge, just to be clear, is that
I didn't think there was any discussion on it.
No, I'm being clear on the challenge. What is the challenge, Miss? I just want to know what the challenge is, so we know what we're voting
I understand to be that the challenge is that the clerk's note is incorrect.
on. Okay, thank you. All right, I will call the question on the challenge. All those. How's it? Because we don't do these often, so.
No,
I just want
what
to
we're going
sustain
to-
the chair. Those.
We're going to sustain the chair.
That's right. So
Yes.
those in favor of sustaining the chair, and I can't vote. So, show of hands to sustain the chair. Okay, and those opposed. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Woodard. So the chair is sustained. Chair is sustained. So we can then move on. Councillor Richter, did your hand
Yes,
still up?
yeah, excuse me. I'd like to move an amendment to the clerk's note per option 4 of the original June 2021 resolution or report. It's got to be clear that option 4 refers back to the June 2021
So it's
meeting.
just clarification. So you're just asking that the clerk.
Yeah,
clarify
either that or we strike option 4 and just put per the June. Actually, that's what I'd rather do.
Thank you. So
Strike.
Thank you. I just want to check with the clerk. So this is a clerk's note. So Councillor Richter's asked for some further clarification in the clerk's note. And so that is, I just want to make sure that that was what you had. Yeah. So you can make that amendment to clarify the clerk's note, and I'll ask for a seconder.
Okay, so my motion is to amend the clerk's note by removing option 4 included in the report to council and replacing it with the June 2021 resolution of council. The original June 2021 resolution passed by council.
Okay, so that's the same, just clarifies. Okay. Is there a seconder on the amendment? I don't see a seconder, so we'll move on. Okay, Councillor Long?
Interesting.
Just on the minutes, we're
yep.
just on the minutes.
Okay,
Are
well.
there any
all
errors or
right,
omissions?
yeah, I
No-
suppose you could insert the words, option 4 included in the June report. That might be good. I would support that. What was the date of the report? June?
It's already been,
I believe it was June 21st.
So I don't know why Councilor Rick didn't move that. But
I think-
I could move that
okay.
and then we can move on.
I think to make it simple, I think the clerk, do you require a motion just to clarify a note? Can you just clarify that in the agenda?
Okay, I'll be
I
happy
think
with
this
that.
is to clarify that option 4 refers to that specific vote, and the clerk will clarify that in the agenda. I think that satisfies what Councilor Richter wanted.
All right, thank you.
And it's, because it's a clerk's note, it's not. All right, after all that, let's call the question on the minutes.
Okay, now just a second.
Sure.
Point of clarification here. So are we amending it as Councillor Long
Yes,
has suggested?
the
Because
clerk is
I will second that amendment.
You
Yeah,
don't
we
need a
could do it
memo.
that way, or the clerk is making the change as requested. It's being, because it's a clerk's note. But if you want to do it as formal, Councilor
I think
Long
we
moves
should
it.
have a,
Councilor Long
yeah.
moves it. Councilor Richter seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. So now the minutes is amended. All those, did I do that already?
No.
Okay, the minutes is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Councilor Ferguson is opposed. Carries. All right. What time is it now? Quarter after. We move on to adoption of the minutes, the public hearing meeting of February the 28th. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Kuntz and a seconder, Councilor Arneson. Any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Move on to delegations, and delegation number 1 is Liam Razzle. If Liam Razzle is here, thank you. And please step up. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council.
Thank you.
So, thank you, and welcome here.
Right or left? Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Liam Rizal, ASHA's BC Policy Specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I would like to commend City Council for making public health a top priority during the pandemic, and we encourage you to continue doing so into the future. Over the years, Council has taken several steps toward protecting people from the harms of smoking and vaping. But as I'll be talking about today, we encourage you to provide your residents, especially children and youth, with additional protections. So, a bit about what we do. Action on Smoking and Health, or ASH, was founded in 1979 and is one of Canada's leading tobacco control organizations. ASH has provided local, provincial, national, and global leadership on tobacco control with an emphasis on protecting youth. Over the years, we've worked with many regional health organizations and policymakers to reduce and prevent tobacco use. So, just as a reminder, here are some quick tobacco facts. Tobacco use places a huge burden on our quality of life and our healthcare system. Annually, 50,000 Canadians die from a tobacco-related illness. About 1 million Canadians are currently suffering from the consequences of tobacco use, and secondhand smoke kills approximately 1,000 Canadians every year. In recent years, there's been an explosive rise in vaping, especially among youth. According to the last national survey, over 400,000 Canadian youth vaped in the last 30 days. Unfortunately, a great majority of these youth will develop a long-term addiction to nicotine. Also, youth who vape are 3 times more likely to start smoking cigarettes than youth who don't vape. Clearly, we need to do more to protect Canadians and youth. Modeling is an essential element of childhood development. If we model healthy behaviors to kids, we're more likely to get healthy kids and vice versa. That means that the more smoking cues a child receives, the more likely they are to become smokers themselves. So the rise in public vaping has the potential to renormalize smoking, which would have a negative effect on many people, but especially youth. So one of the best ways to protect people is with a comprehensive smoking bylaw. The Township smoking bylaws have 2 positive attributes. First, the definitions of smoke and smoking are comprehensive, and 2, smoking is banned in parks. But there are areas for improvement. To regulate indoor smoking, the Township relies on the provincial legislation. This poses 2 problems. First, the province permits smoking, the province permits smoking in motel and hotel rooms. These rooms are also workplaces, and workers deserve protection from secondhand smoke. And 2, in some cases, smoking is allowed on patios, including those outside bars, cafes, and casinos. These are also workplaces, and again, workers should be fully protected. And as for outdoor spaces, there are 3 areas for improvement regarding the public spaces regulation bylaw. First, smoking is banned in parks, but it's not banned on sports fields and recreation spaces that aren't attached to parks. 2, the definition of public spaces omits events that are held on non-city property. And 3, the bylaw allows for designated smoking areas in parks. So, we're asking that council direct administration to explore the possibility of implementing a standalone smoking bylaw that covers the indoor and outdoor spaces that the provincial legislation and the public spaces bylaw overlooks. So just for context, this map shows how the township's smoking bylaws compare with neighboring municipalities. By addressing the exemptions and omissions I've pointed out, the township will be at the top of the pack, and your residents will have first-class protection from smoking and vaping. Addressing these exemptions and omissions will also help prevent the renormalization of smoking among youth and help curb the rise in youth vaping. So ASH has a model smoke-free bylaw that will address these issues, and we can work with your administration to develop it in a way that suits the township. We're here to help, and we're happy to send you this resource. So in conclusion, smoking rates are at an all-time low in Canada, and public smoking restrictions are an important part of our overall success. But there's still work to be done. We need to provide further protection, especially for children and youth, to ensure that smoking rates continue to decline. Thank you, and your questions are welcome.
Great, thank you. Got Councillor Ferguson and then Arneson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Rozelle. Liam, you are one of my heroes.
Thank you.
Because what you and your team are doing is just immeasurable.
Thank you.
As you and I met in the hall, I'm a teacher, and I worked with young offenders and things like that smoke, some, and we did everything we could to make sure they got off. And some did, some didn't, but it was something that is so important in health. Okay, I want to ask you, with the vaping, some of the vaping proponents, owner stores or whatever, they are indicating there's no nicotine or there's no, what do they call when they get hooked on it? That's what they say. Is there any truth to those comments?
There is absolutely nicotine in vaping products. There are some vaping products that don't include nicotine, but a lot of these vaping products do. And a lot of the products that are popular among kids that are flavored, with fruit like mango or mint that are directed toward youth, they do have high levels of nicotine. It's very easy to get addicted.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now we aren't making a decision right now. Later on in the meeting, we'll probably have to discuss it with our staff or move it forward. But certainly, I do appreciate you've done. Keep doing what you're doing, because we all know the effects of smoking can do: cancer, heart disease, many, many other things. So just keep doing what you're doing. You're one of my heroes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you very much for coming today. It's very much appreciated. And what I would say from my perspective is we've taken an incremental approach in the Township of Langley. So I am aware of the different initiatives and how they've been adopted. And, we can see this. And what you're suggesting is there's still a gap in terms of what could be done and what other municipalities or local governments have done. I did have a question that's really outside of your presentation today, but it occurred to me that there's an awful lot of advertising that goes on. So I don't know about social media, but I'm thinking about the infrastructure that we have in the Township of Langley and whether or not that's something that you explore or want to exploit, just in terms of bus shelters and things like that, to have that kind of messaging going forward as I'll call it an auxiliary component of your overall objective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's not something we've explored. Our work or our mandate is to work with municipalities and with health authorities to try to work, with municipalities to lower smoking rates, especially among youth. So we don't do any advertising or anything like that.
I can appreciate that if that's not an area, and it's not necessarily something that it's going to be the silver bullet, but I do feel that it captures many, many individuals who go by. So it's not just targeting young people in particular, but I see lots of older people vaping, and I know people vape cannabis. There's many different iterations of what that product is. And so I think just having that kind of messaging might be helpful to an overall approach, and maybe YouTube and other ways that, this is put, because the advertising, I know it's always Health Canada is looking at the cost of how much, this is a terrible crisis. And I have heard from many people that vaping is actually, a huge problem with school-age children, and a lot of them are pretty young. And having grown up in an era where nobody thought anything was wrong with smoking, I just happened to never be interested in smoking, so I feel lucky in that regard. But I just think it might be another consideration.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, we can look into that and look into some advertising initiatives that have been done in municipalities we've worked with, and we can get back to you with that information for sure. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thanks for coming today and presenting. I'm wondering if you could maybe just go back to the slide in which you showed the different communities in the Lower Mainland, and just sort of help me to understand exactly what's happening. I'm not sure I understand the less than 3 criteria, 4 to 5, greater than 6. Just
Sure.
maybe help explain that a bit.
So on the right-hand side of the map, those are some outdoor spaces. And the greater than 6 criteria are communities that have greater than or equal to 6 outdoor spaces that are entirely smoke-free.
I see.
So the less than 3 criteria are communities that have less than or equal to 3 outdoor spaces that are entirely smoke-free.
Right, okay. So I was just wondering, in the experience of some of these other communities that moved from less than 3 to 6 or more, and I'm wondering what the experience has been like with enforcement of these bylaws and what kind of feedback you've received around enforcement of it.
Sure. Yeah. So smoking bylaws are generally self-enforcing. So none of what we're asking for will require any additional costs or any additional enforcement costs. So when a bylaw is put into place, there's that 2-3 month period where people are still getting used to the new regulations, but after that, people get used to it, and again, it's self-enforcing. In addition, in terms of outdoor spaces, it's easier to enforce uniform smoking bylaws than piecemeal ones. Just for instance, in terms of designated smoking areas, say there's a small area within a park where you're allowed to smoke. It's much easier to enforce a park-wide smoking ban, because if you see someone in there, they're breaking the rule. Whereas you step 1 foot out of a smoking area, it's sort of a gray area. It's much harder to enforce in that respect. That clears things up.
Right, okay. Yeah. And so when you say self-enforcing, do you mean that as people get used to the bylaw, they just naturally start to follow it and obey it, and that there's not very many that are going against the bylaw? Is that what you mean by self-enforcing?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. There's no further questions, so thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to Mr. Today from Conwest. Again, you have 5 minutes to. Councillor Whitmarsh, your hand is still up. Yeah, thanks.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Ben Today, and I'm the COO of Conwest Developments. With me today are Tony Marinelli and Joe Carrera from Conwest. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to address you today. We're here to voice our opposition to notice of motion 0.1, entitled Fairness with the ALR Land Speculation and Conversions. Conwest and Lorval are working together on an in-stream OCP-NCP rezoning application for 8 properties located on 56th Avenue between 264th and 268th Street. The subject properties received conditional exclusion from the ALR in the spring of 2020. Following conditional exclusion, Conwest entered into contracts with 6 of 8 vendors, and Lorval entered into contracts with 2. At the time, both firms paid industrial market value, not ALR, agricultural land value. Both firms conducted thorough due diligence, including many conversations regarding the potential industrial development of the site with the township. On December 22nd, 2020, Conwest applied for an OCP-NCP amendment and rezoning. Upon application, there were no applicable CAC bylaw or policy for the project. On May 10th, 2021, Council considered our application for first and second reading. That was the first time the concept of a voluntary CAC was raised by the township. The application was referred to a subsequent CPC meeting. On June 21st, 2021, CPC resolved that Council defer consideration until the ALC reconsideration was concluded. This matter is now concluded, and we have met all exclusion conditions. CPC also resolved that Council direct staff to hold substantive discussions with the proponents regarding community benefits for the project. On June 28th, 2021, Conwest appeared before Council and confirmed its willingness to negotiate a voluntary CAC, despite there being no industrial CAC bylaw policy in place at the time. Since then, we've been working in good faith with the township and community stakeholders, and we have made significant financial and reputational commitments as a result of that direction. On July 26, 2021, Council received a report from Merrick Vance and Associates hired by the township to review its CAC bylaw. Among many things, he concluded that input should be sought from the development industry, the public, and other interested parties before the policy is changed. On October 18th, 2021, Council approved the revised CAC policy based on the Vance report. The Vance report does not recommend setting target amenity contribution rates for commercial and industrial developments. It also says such practice is not expressly provided for in the Local Government Act and would increase legal risks of imposing a change or charge or fee for development. And additional amenity contributions for non-residential developments are proposed to be established on a case-by-case voluntary basis. Otherwise, there would be a disincentive to employment growth. This approach is also consistent with provisions of the provincial legislation and practices of other jurisdictions. As a result, Section 5.2 was added to the CAC policy. Quote, as a minimum, where the form of growth is more unique, or for more substantial or complex applications proposing an amendment to the OCP at the discretion of the Township of Langley or as directed by Council, staff working in collaboration with the applicant will determine more appropriate target CAC. Unquote. The motion before you runs contrary to the aforementioned Council direction and Vance recommendations. It also runs contrary to the province's principles of nexus and proportionality. Respectfully, this motion is anything but fair to Conwest and Lorval. As mentioned earlier, at Council's direction, Conwest has been diligently working in good faith with staff and the community to provide a voluntary contribution benefit for this project. On March 2nd, 2020, we held a public information meeting outlining the major component of our contribution, notably the dedication of over 6 acres of ALR land located at 22710 96th Avenue, across from the Salmon River Natural Area west of Bedford Landing. This land would be used as a Salmon River Environmental Enhancement Project and as a potential educational farming partnership opportunity with KFN and KPU. Upon completion, this project would be valued in the millions and granted to the township for free. We are also in discussions with staff to add other components to our contribution. We have also been working with staff towards bringing our project back to Council for first and second reading on March 28th, 2022. This motion directs staff to unilaterally amend the current CAC policy without any notion, consultation, or due process. The subject motion only became public on March the 4th, last Friday, when the Council agenda was released. We were not consulted. We confirmed that industry associations, including NAIOP and UDI, were also not consulted. The motion's reference that it be applied to industry implications is inconsistent with legislative process. The proposed amount of the CAC is severe, punitive, and does not meet the principles of nexus and proportionality. Our application has been in process for 15 months.
If you could just wrap up, please.
Yeah, municipalities have a duty to process applications in good faith and in a timely manner. If passed, this motion will create immense hardship for Conwest and Lorval. We respectfully request that this motion be defeated and that our application be processed in good faith. I'd like to file a letter from our counsel, George Cadman, from Broughton Law, that outlines our concerns with the clerk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions of council. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh, and do Councilor Richter, you have a question for?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Is that a threat of legal action?
No,
To clarify, no, it's not. We sought advice on the current legislation in order to draft this address to council.
Okay, so this is not a threat of legal action.
No,
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to be factually correct, so.
thank you. Councilor Woodward.
I was just waiting for my mic to turn on there. What's the size of the site again? The total acreage of your application for an OCP amendment, urban land boundary change?
Well, it's about 40 acres.
How many acres?
40, right, Joe?
What's the net buildable on that?
Well, it depends how you calculate it, but have you got the net buildable, Joe?
14.58 hectares.
So 25 acres?
Be over
Just guessing
30.
that.
Be over
Do
30.
you want me to do the math?
Be over
Fine,
30
it might
acres.
be helpful, yeah.
36 acres.
36. So just in line with your delegation, it's kind of a unique opportunity that you're here today. So I just want to clarify, your position would be to exclude 35 acres of ALR land and have that rezoned to industrial, contributing minimal or little to zero CAC? That would be your position?
No, that's not my position at all.
Clarify your position for me then?
Our position remains unchanged, so there is no legal obligation to provide a CAC in the Township of Langley. Despite that, Conwest and Lorval have agreed to work with staff towards providing a community benefit for that project. And we have been working diligently to do that. And to date, the order of magnitude is in the millions of dollars. And I don't consider that to be a negligible amount of contribution. In addition, we've worked with stakeholders to offer that benefit that is meaningful to them. So it's not something that we have unilaterally come up with.
So would council be one of those stakeholders?
Well, ultimately, it's council's decision, yes.
And if you consulted any members of council on what might be considered a CAC that we might want?
The answer is yes.
But not with me, certainly. So
Sorry?
I'm just curious with whom, because I'm not aware. So
We have
to me,
approached everyone on council. And we've had conversations multiple times with everyone on council. Now, as you can appreciate, Councillor Woodward, there are other opinions as to what the benefit could or should be. And we are open to all options. We are committed to provide a CAC and a community benefit for this project. It's council's decision what that is.
So just
We are going to put forward options and a proposal, but ultimately it's council's decision.
just like, again, just want to clarify your submission here. So you're open to all options, just not this one.
Well, this one is, again, punitive, retroactive, unfair, untransparent. So, no, I'm not open to this one.
So again, I just want to clarify, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate some latitude. So if we were to change the parking requirements for industrial applications, would you consider that to be punitive?
It depends on the level.
So maybe question this particular delegation, what the delegation referred to. I know you made a few comments, and you also provided some backup on your comments. I don't think going into discussion on parking is part of your
Just
presentation.
trying to understand the
Perhaps you could
position,
just
Mr.
ask
Mayor.
clarifying questions of the
Yeah.
delegate
I think,
and not
I
debate the
think,
next motion.
I think we're clear on our respective positions. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so what was this? Okay, Whitmarsh, Councilor Whitmarsh.
Thanks for coming today. I wonder if you could just expand just a little bit on the property that is west of Bedford Landing that you're talking about, the size of it, and sort of what kind of restoration have you considered or would be going forward in terms of restoring that property, maybe the condition the property's in currently, and what kind of things you would be doing for that, and the nature of the cost of that, what that might be, because you've mentioned that as being the primary sort of CAC contribution back to the community for this.
Yeah, so that property is approximately 6 acres. It's agricultural land. It's in the ALR. We have communicated with the Agricultural Land Commission at the onset before moving forward with any proposal, so they're fully aware. It is currently occupied by users that use it for storage. My understanding is there's outbuildings there that need to be removed, some soil remediation that has to happen. My VP of development, Joe Carrera, has been responsible for obtaining approvals through DFO, Flinro, et cetera. He's also been the chief communicator with Kwantlen First Nation, Kwantlen College, the Streamkeepers, et cetera. And the proposal that we bring forward is a complete salmon restoration, salmon habitat restoration for the project with surplus land equal to 2.5 acres of land that would serve as some kind of agricultural education facility basis. I can call Joe up here and he can provide you with further detail if you like. We value that project at completion somewhere in the order of $5 million.
And then there would be, once they're restored, you mentioned a sort of an ability for it to be used by KFN and KPU as for further environmental studies, enhancements.
Yeah, we're going to propose an outbuilding there, small offices, meeting boardroom, washrooms, et cetera. If you'd like, I could provide more detail through Joe Carrera.
I think that's enough.
Fine. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Councilor Long.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for coming and in many ways quasi-apologize for the way this is being treated. There's 9 of us on council here, so there has to be a decision made by a majority of this council. Of course, I would not be supporting this at all. I think you have, having to come here and plead your case like this is good. So I'm just saying, I just wanted to say that I've looked at the Local Government Act, or the Government of BC's recommendations on how CACs are applied. And I think you pointed that out in your delegation too, that there's certain things that have to be done when development is done, but industrial land is providing jobs and employment. So anyway, I just thank you for coming.
Thank you. Councilor Richter?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something. A statement was made earlier that the speaker has spoken with every member of council several times. I don't recall speaking to anyone about this project, and I'm just wondering if that was a correct fact that was presented. Maybe the list of the councillors that he spoke to should be given, because I don't think my name's on that list.
Yeah, I don't think I said I think I said we. So we includes all my staff and Lorval. My understanding is, I know who we spoke to, and I'm confident who Lorval spoke to. Lorval is coming up next. They can confirm who they spoke to. But I'll look to Joe to confirm that we spoke with.
So just if I could just interject here, I think if I recall, you said that you reached out to each member of council. I didn't hear you say you spoke to them, but I may be wrong on that.
Oh no, I heard him
The
say
minutes are
he
there.
spoke to
I mean,
him.
I can clarify. I can clarify the statement. I can honestly say that we've talked to everybody here.
Okay, at some point.
Councillor Richter, I'll have to confirm that Joe reached out to you, and if not, Lorval reached out to you.
Well, it wasn't reaching out. I was confirming that you spoke with me, because I don't recall that.
Well, I'm happy to confirm that for you, or
Well,
confirm we did.
it's good that you can confirm something that I can't.
Okay, well,
That's really special. Thank you.
If I'm wrong, I'll stand to be corrected, but my belief is that
You can always,
we were contacted.
this is a delegation just providing information. And if ever you want to reach out to Councilor Richter, vice versa, there's lots of time and lots of coffee shops. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it. Oh, I've got Councilor Ferguson again. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Tay, thank you for coming today, and I think that, we have a notice of motion. We don't have any action on anything. As you know, and I know that things could be amended, changed, defeated. You've also said you're prepared to sit down and work with us and our staff. That could also be part of, it's somebody's introducing an idea. Sometimes the ideas work, sometimes they don't. We thank you for your work and your time. Many of the developments you've been involved with, Bedford Landing and a few others that are well received by our public. So I don't think you're going to take it personally if I ask questions or moving forward with that. But thank you for coming.
Thank you. Councilor Woodard, do you have another question?
Yeah, I just want to again clarify the submission, because first I've heard of, I think I wrote down about 6 acres of ALR land. somehow being valued at 5 million. So I just want to confirm it's 6 acres and 6 acres of ALR land for the exclusion of 35. Would that be what you're suggesting? Is a reasonable community amenity for that size of exclusion from the ALR and rezoning to industrial with an urban land change and an OCP amendment?
Yeah, so the community benefit package that we are proposing includes the acquisition and dedication of those 6 acres. It includes the remediation of those. It also includes the improvement from a biohabitat perspective. It also includes infrastructure. It also includes, to date, some kind of cash contribution over and above that, and we've been talking to staff on that note as well. So I just want to make it clear, our community amenity contribution is not just limited to that property.
Okay, so again, one more quick clarification, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm always worried I'm going to get cut off, so I just want to try to ask one more, because I think it's quite unique having you here, and I think it's quite helpful to inform the debate on the notice of motion, which I welcome and don't fear. So I just want to confirm, though, was there any discussions or consideration from yourselves that if we're looking at a potential community amenity contribution that you are valuing at that amount or more, that was there any consideration given that maybe that's not what we would prioritize with that level of resources, and perhaps there might have been other priorities that this council would have prioritized over some arbitrary decision to try to provide farmland?
Yes, and once again, we're open to, to providing a community benefit. It's up to council to make a decision as to what it is eventually. We've explored other options. We're still open to other options.
Just not this one.
Okay, that's...
All right,
yeah,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And I'm not cutting you off, I'm just asking that, keep to the topic. I just want to be clear, you mentioned there would be an application coming to council on March 28th for first and second reading. And that will be when council would have the opportunity to review any contributions.
Yeah.
And that any discussions with anybody, council is really exploratory in nature and trying to find out something that the community would like. I don't see it as jumping ahead and making decisions. We will make the decision on March 28th.
That's right.
and subsequent readings, so I don't see anything.
Yeah. And we're working with staff towards that.
Yeah,
so.
and that's the normal process. It's not,
Thank you.
I always love having a cup of coffee with anybody and discussing stuff and chatting about stuff, but really it's not my decision. It's council's decision in the end, not one person here. So, Councilor, is your hand still up? Your hand's still up? Or did you just want to make sure? Okay, good, great, thanks.
Thank
Let's
you.
move on to
Thank
Ms.
you.
Best from...
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Marlene Best. I'm representing one of our numbered companies, just for the record. It's 1253522 BC Limited. We've been referred to as Laval Developments. I'm also here this afternoon to speak to the notice of motion, Fairness with ALR Land Speculation and Conversion. The title of the notice of motion implies speculation and unfairness. The original application that went before the ALR went in 2010. That's 12 years ago. There is quite a history to this. The rezoning is a logical extension of the Gloucester Industrial Estates, with full municipal services being available to all the sites for quite some time. If successful, the application will pay full municipal fees, and industrial taxes will be a benefit of the development. The statement could be interpreted in regards to the CAC and 50% request on uptake from the original ALR land values to land values post-rezoning. Implies that the land was sold at agricultural land prices. We take the opportunity to point out that this is not the case. With a 12-year history, the vendors are very astute. The principles of urban land economics apply, and ALR land prices were not paid, but rather fair market value, unique to the location of this and unique to this situation, were paid based on professional due diligence being undertaken. The resolution also states that this updated policy requirement be applied to all in-stream applications. For the development industry to successfully exist in a municipality, it needs a stable business environment. It needs clarity, certainty, and stability among policies, fees, and bylaws. It's a standard procedure to exempt in-stream applications from charges in changes in existing legislation and via the introduction of new policies. Take DCC bylaws as an example. There's usually a one-year grandfather clause that allows the development industry to respond to these changes in fees and expenses to their development projects. Developers must make commitments, prepare business plans, and arrange financing based on the municipal policies of the day. Volatility in municipal policy is harmful to both development and to the municipality. For the developer to have to make a major cost added to their in-stream development has huge financial implications and can cause sites to not be completed, can cause financial instability. For the municipality, it can result in developers going elsewhere to undertake business in a more favorable and stable business climate. A report dealing with the industrial CAC came before Council in October 2021 with the recommendation of not setting target amenity contribution rates for commercial and industrial developments. This matter is not expressively provided for in provincial legislation. The report goes on to state it would likely be an act of disincentive to employment-generating developments to balance residential growth. The proposed notice of motion is inconsistent with these recommendations in the staff report to Council. On this basis, we ask that Council not support the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, no, thanks again for coming. I think it's important actually to have this debate fleshed out a little bit. So again, I appreciate the two delegations. I just want to clarify, you see a distinction, I believe, between CAC for industrial and commercial developments, where someone has a designation inside a community plan, purchases that property, and I agree, requires that stability to proceed with those. Do you see any distinction between your application here regarding AL farmland speculation and exclusion?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question completely.
I'll try again. Do you see a difference between sort of the standard process we see, urban land designated inside a community plan for a certain use, goes through a process to rezone and construct and develop and economically develop that land, versus an alternative, which could be speculation on farmland, the exclusion of farmland from the ALR, and then a rezoning of farmland to urban uses? Would you see two differences, any difference between the two?
I do, significantly, especially when there's a change on the policies and the fees and the bylaws halfway through the process.
But that's not actually so I'll just try again.
No, I understand, and I indicate that in a stable environment, when someone has bought the land and they're dealing with stable policies, they're able to make that decision. And it's on that premise that a developer would make the decision. And so when you're partway through a municipal development process and the rules change, we have to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. So if we had acquired that land knowing what the costs to date are and the cost is moving forward 3 years from now, we would have made that decision based on that information. But now you're asking us, do I see it being the same thing? But I don't, because the rules have changed partway through the process.
Yeah, so I think that's probably going to be the crux of it. I mean, I'm not sure how council can anticipate something like this in advance. So for me, I think that will be the crux of it. But I had one more point. You mentioned disincentive to proceed. Do you see that it might be valuable to provide a disincentive for farmland speculation?
I'm sorry, I was quoting the staff report.
But you suggested that doing something like I've suggested here today would be a disincentive for investment in our community?
For an in-stream application, yes, I would.
So but you think it may be valuable to provide a disincentive to speculate on farmland?
That's not what we're talking about here. This isn't farmland. It's been
But
excluded.
their submission was related that the reason not to support this was a disincentive. I'm asking if there's any value to potentially there being, and just Ms. Best is
I
is
did
clearly an
not use
expert in
the
this field.
wording that it was a disincentive.
I
I'm
think
sorry,
she's
that's
answered
not
the
my
question.
wording.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
As best she can.
That's typically my experience. So just one more
Sorry,
question.
Councilor Woodward, could you explain what you mean by that, typically my experience?
My
You're
ex-
referring to me trying to run a
I'm
meeting?
just trying to ask questions, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
and I'm also here to chair a meeting. I'm tired of you continually saying you're being cut off by me, that I'm not fair to you. I'm being very fair. I do it with everybody here. Ms. Best has answered the question. You keep asking it. So as chair, I reiterate that she's answered the question. You're happy to have the floor, but I don't appreciate those remarks back to me. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's pretty standard. Okay, so I think I'm going to wrap this up here because I think it'd be important for council to have this debate, but I did want to again clarify because I do respect your knowledge level and I do consider you an industry expert. So I think again it is valuable. And so I just want to understand though that even though there's been sort of a consideration that no CACs for industrial and commercial has been when it's a standard sort of designation, purchase, investment, development process. You mentioned tax revenue. We hear a lot about that. Do you recognize and do you agree that unless we do mill rate adjustments, the expansion of commercial property doesn't actually increase tax revenue? That's fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think, yeah, it seems to stray
Thank you.
beyond the topic. All right, Councilor Arneson.
Worship, and thank you for coming. I did have a question of clarification with respect to this whole notion, and I'm just going to generically refer to it as the idea of some kind of windfall that people think happens when a land is changing of a zoning. So this proposition, if you could maybe explain from your understanding, at what point would anybody have realized the difference between the land in the agricultural land reserve and what was currently paid for the land? It was my understanding that, simplistically speaking, when it was purchased for industrial land values, current values. And if anybody, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but if anybody received a huge financial benefit, it would have been the individuals who owned that property when it was crystallized with the Agricultural Land Commission agreeing to take the lands out.
That is how urban land economics works. Each deal is unique, and when an application has been on the record with the ALR for almost 12 years, the land did not sell for agricultural land values in the ALR. So yes, the substantial increase in land values was realized by the owners.
Just a quick follow-up inquiry. So the idea of speculation on land in the ALR, and as Councillor Woodward has alluded to, you're an expert in this area, having many years of experience. Would it be the case that that would be a general principle that people would buy into, that simply because a decision was made by a body other than the township to allow lands to come out, that this would fan any flames of having more pressure on lands in the LR?
Pressure can only be added in certain areas if municipal services are available. And the municipal services exist along 96th Avenue. And this is a contiguous extension of the Gloucester Industrial Estates. It's quite a unique and a rather isolated enclave of land. Do I professionally believe that it would fuel the flames of speculation in the area? No, I do not. Because in the past 10 years, the Agricultural Land Commission has put forth one of the strongest positions on protecting agricultural land that we've seen in the past 30. And a very strong message has been sent across British Columbia that the boundaries of the ALR are to be protected, and they will be protected. And I don't believe ever before in history has the development industry respected those guidelines and that very strong message more than it does now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you very much. No further questions, thanks. All right, so now we move on to 01, which was amended when we approved the agenda. So Councillor Woodward, you're on. Oh, hang on a second. There you go, your mic's on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not following what you're...
Oh,
we're going to do it now as opposed to...
Yeah, the agenda was amended to move 01 to after the
I must have
delegations.
missed that with all the hoopla around the agenda.
No, it was done by an amendment by Councillor
Okay,
Anderson.
that's fine.
Thank
yeah.
you.
So I don't need to read the motion, but I'll just move it, please. Thank you.
All right,
I'll
thank you.
second.
Moved by Councillor Woodward, second by Councillor Richter. Councillor Woodward, do you wish to speak to it?
No, I don't think I do.
All right, then I'll speak to it. Thank you very much. I'm just going to say that I won't support it. I thank the delegations. I think they made it they said eloquently all the reasons I don't want to support it. So there you go. Won't say any more. Councillor Woodward.
Oh, I'll let Councillor Davis speak.
Councillor Davis.
Waiting for the red. There we go. Thank you very much. In the notice of motion, it says it is rare. And I'm just wondering, I guess it's a legal question. Is it legal for in-stream? Now, I know we have, with Brookswood, we've done things and said applications are in-stream, but is this legal to change this for in-stream like this? Just, I guess maybe that question.
Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, it is a debatable point depending upon the circumstances. Generally, if done through an appropriate process, there can be the application of fees and charges to in-stream applications, but it must be done so carefully and on a case-by-case basis. The parties may have strong opinions on that and may be able to create arguments contrary. So generally, without being specific to any application, it can be done, but it must be done carefully.
So I just noticed, oh, sorry, I have a couple more. I noticed that it was pointed out, I'm sorry, I forgot you. We hoped that they had hoped that the application is coming back on the 28th of March. Is there a timing issue here? Like if we pass this or it fails, or say it passes, is that something that can be a problem? But it says in the notice of motion, pretty sure I saw it in stream.
It's in the body of the motion.
It's in the body of the motion. So does that mean like we're just wham bam type thing? Will that work? Because I guess it's the will of council, is it?
Mr. Backen.
I guess two comments. Mr. Today's comments, I think, are suggesting their desire and willingness to work with staff to meet the 28th, and I think staff are doing the same reciprocally. I'm not sure if it'll make it or not, but I know everyone's working very hard to that. Assuming it is ready for the 28th, then the question is there a timeline for, I guess, a change of the fees and charges going forward? And I guess the best answer I can give you would be the sooner the better in terms of our application. Ideally, before an application is made, and the further it goes through the process, the more challenging it can actually be. So I guess I'd have to say the sooner the better.
Okay, because I know that we passed a motion like this for around where the Sky Train came in. And but we had lots of time. Well, we didn't have lots of time. Maybe it just took a lot of time to announce where it was coming. So anyhow, there seems to be a short window here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I was just looking for.
Just hold on half a sec. Oh, there we go. Yep.
I just want a little bit of help just with the staff, if I want to maybe consider a referral of this particular, the complicated motion to the staff with the idea, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Beckett, if I may, of considering this application on its merits or reviewing it and see if the staff can come up with a suggestion through a referral process. Mr. Backen, is there any way you can help me with that?
I think perhaps you're suggesting a referral to review the, timing and implications of the.
Yes, that's what it would mean, timing. So that would be my referral, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a seconder?
Your Honor.
I'll second it.
Councilor Richter, second. So on the referral, actually, Councilor Whitmarsh had his hand up generally to go through questions. Maybe Councilor Whitmarsh, did you want to speak to the motion now, or do you want to wait? Okay, well, we'll wait.
Here to speak to the referral.
Yeah, okay. So on the referral, Councilor Whitmarsh? Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not supportive of the referral. I think that it's pretty clear what this motion is asking for. I'm not sure what we'd be referring it for, so I won't support the referral.
Thank you. Councilor Davis on the referral.
I'm just looking at my map. Like we meet on the 28th. If we refer it, it's just too tight. Like I think we're starting to be too ambitious in timing. That's the only thing. Just a comment. On the referral.
Thank you. Councilor Long?
This is not the first time that this council has tried to do something like this. People have followed the rules, and they're well underway, and all of a sudden we throw these things at them, and whoever does, and it's not me, it's certain members of council, and I think it's an embarrassment.
On the referral.
So the referral is inappropriate. The whole motion is inappropriate. The whole motion is an embarrassment to this council, in my opinion. These are employment lands, and they're a benefit in themselves. There's aren't very many, I don't think there are any communities that would put a community amenity charge on employment lands. This is what benefits the community. So the whole thing's out of order. No, no, and no.
Thank you. Yeah. Councilor Woodard on the referral.
Yeah, so I just have a question through to Mr. Beck and Mr. Mayor. Is there some way to accommodate, sensing some emotional reactions here with the comments we just heard? And I would like to try to take emotion out of it. I don't think it's an embarrassment to review community amenity contributions outside of a first and second reading process. And I think the motion on the referral, it could explain that, Mr. Beck, and you and I discussed very briefly some of the content of the motion in regards to a target of or up to. And, maybe rather than just kill this dead, just have it further considered as part of the application coming forward if there's a desire to somehow do this as quickly as possible. Is there some way that this referral motion could be accommodated around processing of the application so the idea could be considered along with first and second? Because I don't have comparisons of what's being submitted as a potential CAC to even compare different options to.
Your Worship, that might be a clarification or perhaps an amendment to the referral. Right now, I believe it's coming down to timing and implications, but there could be a modification or a separate motion that addresses some of those concerns.
Okay, so along Councillor Ferguson's line of Mr. Backen, please help me. Perhaps you can suggest something that the wording would be helpful to you and your management team to potentially look at this idea for it to be ruled out later, but at least not do so, I think, from what I'm hearing, to be an emotional standpoint.
Oh, it's all emotional.
I think calling an embarrassment, I think, is really out of line as well.
Okay, Mr. Backen. Mr. Backen. Well, we all have a right to our feelings. We all have feelings. Mr. Backen.
Your Worship, I'm thinking something along the lines of including consideration of the implications of the policy in this instance and in future applications.
Yeah, so I'll make that amendment. I'll move that amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a seconder? Okay, so the amendment's been seconded by Councillor Ferguson. So on the amendment, could you read the amendment out again, Mr. Backen or Ms. Bauer? Just.
The amendment would read to consider implications with the policy in this instance and future applications.
Can you clarify what this instance is? This motion doesn't refer to, or am I reading it wrong? This instance.
Your worship, I think it would probably be better phrased, including the concerns of the delegations.
Okay, that would be clear then. Thank you.
You good?
Okay, Councillor Woodward, did you wish to speak to the amendment any further? No. Councillor Ferguson on the amendment?
General, I'll just say that, you know, we are, the TOL, what we've done with industrial lands and industrial sites over the years, we've been very proactive in looking at, we've done with Smith and introducing new industrial lands and commercial lands. We've been certainly added an awful lot of our inventory. I don't think that we're doing anything to change that or to stop that. This is a specialized site, and I think we just need some more information to work. I don't know if it'll end up being this motion, but it's an opportunity to work with those that are planning for their first purpose in the future. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long? Yeah, just a second. It'll come on.
Yeah, I'm a little confused where we're at. I mean, I'd like to make an amendment before this other amendment to the referral. I don't support any of it, as I've said already. But I would like to change the wording of the therefore and remove those words to any and all in-stream applications. And it could be, I guess, considered in future. I'm not going to support it anyway, but if we're going to refer something, it shouldn't be to an in-stream. You shouldn't be changing the deal.
I have a point of order.
Right? There's no point of order here.
Okay,
But you
excuse
can
me,
go ahead.
there's a point of order.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is, Councillor Long, what is the point of order?
Point of order is can you amend a motion that's currently up for referral?
Why not?
Well, that's what's happening right now. There's an amendment to the referral.
Amending the nature of the referral itself.
That's right, but there's an amendment on. That's what we're discussing. There's an amendment to the referral right now is what's on the table. But he hasn't moved it yet. I haven't accepted the motion yet.
I heard him move it.
I said I'd like to move it. I don't know who's chairing the meeting, but I think the mayor is.
That's okay. I've ruled on it. I don't think he's.
I think we could change it, because if we're going to refer something, whatever we're referring is what we're voting on. And I don't think we should be referring this motion. If you want to talk about it in the future, which was, I think I heard Councillor Ferguson and a couple other councillors say, oh, we should talk about this. And who could say, no, we shouldn't talk about things? Whether you agree or not is one other thing.
So what I would prefer is that we rule on this amendment to the referral, and if there is, or that we actually have a vote. If any member of council wishes to make a further amendment, let's make it after that. But you know, let's go through this process. So, Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you. I am not supporting the amendment. I'm not going to support the referral, and I'm not going to support the notice of motion. So we can either get on with this, but
Okay, thank you.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the referral. All those in favor? Oh. Okay, sure. We'll have it read out again. Yeah, Ms. Bauer, could you read the amendment motion to the referral?
The amendment would read that that it was forwarded to council to consider implications of the policy, including the concerns of the delegations and further applications coming forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the referral. All those in favor and opposed? So Councillor Long, Councillor Kunz, Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Arneson opposed. The amendment to the referral fails. We're back to the referral. I had Councillor Ferguson next on the speaking list for the referral. I know, but I'm back to my original list. Councillor Ferguson, did you wish to speak?
I'm it.
Okay, you're done. Councillor Long, I had you next for your second time.
So on the motion that I don't support, I would like to make sure that those words are struck where it says in-stream applications. So updated policy requirement be applied to future, potentially future, well, just to strike.
Oh, to strike those words? Okay. Is there a seconder?
Updated policy requirement.
Councillor Arneson seconds it. That's to strike the words, to be clear now, in stream. Target.
Well, I think I need some help on the wording because it, I think the whole thing.
Your worship. So I think this is an amendment to the referral. So I think what we're doing is amending the motion that would be referred.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be deleting the words any and all in-stream applications.
So we're not there actually to the original motion. We're just referring the motion. So the amendment would be to, can we actually amend a motion when we're referring it? to amend the referral. That's all
Well,
we're doing.
in theory, what you're doing is taking the referred motion, the motion that's under debate, amending it, then referring that amended motion. It's not perhaps the
Yeah,
cleanest, but it can be done.
So I
What
think
we
we
could
remove
do-
the words
so-
right after Township of Langley, put a period there, and get rid of that whole other part of it.
Let's just get this clear so we're clear. So this motion has been, the motion in front of us now is referring the original motion to staff. And so I would think an amendment that, well, it would have to come back, so you'd amend it then, but you could, I don't know if you can amend a motion that's, Ms. Bauer, we're gonna rely on you heavily today as the clerk and our parliamentarian.
As Mr. Backen explained, it's not the cleanest way to do it, but essentially you are amending the motion that is being referred.
Okay, and that's, can be done, okay.
It can be done.
Okay, so Council Long, we're back to that then.
Yep, so we're taking out the words to any and all in-stream applications.
Okay, is there a seconder? I think Council Arneson, you're clear now, you're seconding that?
Seconded, yeah.
Okay, so on that amendment, we start a new list. Council Long, do you wish to speak to that?
No, I think it's very clear, we spent quite a bit of time here talking about the fairness, and this is, so it's not fair to do in-stream applications. I don't think the whole thing's fair, but most definitely those words have to come out, in my opinion.
Thank you. Council Richter?
Yeah, I oppose this amendment because I think that part of the referral to staff would be for staff to bring us back their opinion and their legal advice with regards to whether or not it is fair. It's one thing for a proponent to stand here and say what's fair. It's another thing for us to check with our own lawyers about what's fair. So I think that this amendment is redundant and it's just muddying the waters and it's restricting the scope of what staff can advise us on. So I do not support the amendment. Thank you.
Councilor Woodward?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify a few things. So if this amendment with the referral, or we're going to vote on an amendment and then the referral separately?
Well, we vote on the amendment, and then if it carries, then we vote on the referral as amended.
So I just want to confirm the mover is amending a motion he doesn't support. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Which is fine. I'm just clarifying that's what's happening. So I also wanted to clarify, so then we're fine with this policy as long as it doesn't apply to this application? Is that what I'm hearing?
Excuse me. No, excuse me. Yeah, excuse me. Council Long, he's making a comment and.
Just clarification. So I'm not trying to understand.
I have to ask staff if that's. Council Long, please. Councilor Woodward has the floor. Councilor Woodward has asked a question. It's usually through the chair. It's always through the chair, and I can ask staff if that's what he heard. I don't know if it's a question, Councilor Woodward, or if it's a rhetorical question. Sometimes that happens at this table.
We better repeat the question, Your Worship, because we're not sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. So we're changing the motion to make it better, or we're changing the motion to defeat it? I'm just trying to understand so I can debate the amendment. That's all.
The amendment, go ahead, Mr. Backen.
I guess that would be in the eyes of council whether or not the amendment actually strengthens the referral or weakens the referral, given their policy objectives. So it could be interpreted either way, depending upon the will of council.
Okay, so, because I'm just trying to decide. So, I mean, I will take, a change and an improvement in policy, even if it doesn't apply to this application. I think it's important to have this debate prior to first and second reading on this particular application. That's all I was really trying to do. And so if it gets voted down, it gets voted down. But if there's some way to potentially save working on this policy item for the future, I think Mr. Beck and you and I discussed some other possibilities where this policy may work, may not work, may apply, may not apply. And so, with the delegations here today, it's become very focused on one application, but there could be others. And so I'm trying to decide here, like, maybe we can move forward with some progress on this issue. In terms of the amendment, I don't support it because I think it can be dealt with at first and second, or even at third, assuming it gets that far, which it looks like it will. So I think it's unfortunate that we're kind of ruling this out without hearing from staff, without hearing from a memo. Typically, the process we find here to get anything done is to refer it to staff, get some information, get a report. For some reason, we're bypassing that typical process here. I was expecting this to be referred for a memo or something and get some information and maybe make some progress on the item. But apparently, in this particular case, we're not going to do that, it looks like, which I find just a bit unfortunate. So in terms of the referral to amend in-process applications, more specifically, we change bylaws all the time. And we actually then email or notify proponents, even with no variance development permits, that they must comply with changes after application. That's what we do. But here we're pretty hung up on not doing that. So I think it's again, different procedures for different proponents is what we see in some cases. So I think it was perfectly fine to consider it for in-process applications and then deal with them when they come forward for bylaw readings. And I would still prefer to keep it that way. So I don't support this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. So on the amendment, could you just clarify, Ms. Bauer, the amendment, or I call the question?
The amendment was to remove the wording to any and all in-stream applications.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor and those opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Ferguson, Mayor Froese, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis, Councillor Richter. Opposed. So we're back to the referral. I'll call the question on the referral. Oh, Councillor Woodward on. No. Oh, you had actually the referral. You did. We're on the referral. I got you down as once, but you can go down a second time. It failed. Yeah. Councillor Woodward.
This is on a referral now. Second
This
time.
This is on the original referral that you made. Go ahead.
So I think referral's kind of appropriate. I'm not sure how we're gonna get information. I mean, I would prefer to see some information on this come back with first and second, as opposed to me trying to have to do this again in a different form at first and second. I was trying to get ahead of it, trying to be, set a target position. I'm uncomfortable with speculation on farmland and exclusion and then development and sort of the entitlement that's going to be approved. I struggle with that. I was trying to make some progress on that. And to sort of be called an embarrassment, I think, is an embarrassment. So I think to try to move forward with this, if we want to rule this out, I think that would be good to clarify too. I think that it's strange that we're ruling it out without hearing from management on it in writing. That's typically not what we do here. What I've discovered on this particular issue here is that this is controversial here, but not really controversial anywhere else. And I think it speaks to how far behind we are in many ways, and lots of opportunities in the future to catch up to others. Thank you.
Thank you. I've spoken to this yet. I'm going to vote against the referral. I'm going to vote against the motion. I do think that a lot of times we get good information from staff when we require it, but to me, I don't see any reason for this to go back to staff, to come back with more. I don't see any reason to accept it. As I said earlier, for all the reasons and the discussion I heard, it was in line with what my thoughts were to begin with. So I don't support the referral. I don't support the motion. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I don't support the referral motion here on this either, particularly that it includes in-stream applications, but also others. I think there's a better process for looking at the concept of farmland to industrial land conversion down the road. I think there's a better process than making up numbers at the council table. So I'd rather do a different process to get there, and I don't think it should consider in-stream. So for that reason, I certainly won't be supporting the referral.
Councillor Ferguson.
Well, at least we got this on the front of the agenda today, so that was an accomplishment. Over and above some of the other business that we're talking about today, which are on items from the development community for first and second readings, from third readings and finals. But I'll discuss the fact that, in future there will be discussion, perhaps might not at this council, but I hope, on the use of farmland in the township of Langley and how the future of farmland is going to be dealt with, and how future ALR and ALC applications are dealt with both provincially and otherwise. Also lands owned by the province of BC and also the government of Canada as well. So those will be issues, and perhaps we just touched the surface today, but to say that we shouldn't be, or an embarrassment, or it's not important farmland in Langley, and I totally take that exception to that. So, Mr. Mayor, I will support us looking at how we deal with farmland, and not necessarily this particular application, but many more in the future. And I can make a list of them right now, but I won't, because it would take more time. But there's an awful lot. 75% of this community, believe it or not, is made up of farmland, and how we deal with that, I still believe is important. So thank you.
Councillor Arneson? On the referral. We're back. We're still on the referral.
Thank you, Worship. I look at this as an opportunity for us to reflect upon our policies and say, contrary to, I think, the messaging that is being put forward to some degree, is that there is an anomaly or some kind of asymmetrical strategy that's going on, that we treat people differently than each other. But I'm a person that likes to look at the facts base. So the facts base to me is that this is very clearly, to me, a situation which is likely to be like hen's teeth going forward. This is why I think that there is a sentiment that's captured in the motion itself that talks about, well, let's look at the in-stream application going forward. To me, what we are looking at is, well, let's ask staff. Yes, of course, that's a strategy, and we often do that. However, I firmly believe, and would have no reason to doubt, that staff has already actively worked with the proponent and that we will get adequate information going forward when it comes to first and second. Now, whether or not we should set a benchmark as to what our expectation is, this just seems like very onerous and very targeted from my point of view. I'd love to have a more robust discussion. What is the future of the LR? I've already asked staff, what is vertical farming going to do to our farmland here? Well, we don't know that yet because we don't have the 100% jurisdiction, apparently, when the province said, well, let's just allow it, and we can allow it anywhere. What does that mean? I think there are a lot more perplexing questions that we should be looking at rather than just singularly focusing on this. I'm not generally one that says, no, we don't need to hear from staff. We will hear from staff, but I think that we are setting a precedent in doing this, and I would just refer to Brookswood Fernridge. When we had one-off voluntary amenity contributions, that was entirely negotiated between staff and the proponent. Council never weighed in and said, hey, wait a minute, we think we need this. That's not my understanding of how that ever happened. And so if we have a precedent, I think absent of a policy, which this is obviously trying to take us in that direction, I don't think we have enough time to make a policy to look at this in the manner that would be fair and appropriate, transparent, and gets engagement across the board. We got a letter from UDI today that talks about their interest in the matter. We have regular meetings with UDI. Why wouldn't we be bringing them in this conversation? We have partnering arrangements, and I think we need to, from my point of view, and very respectfully, act in good faith in a way that there is a certainty going forward, because I think that we have to send clear messages. I don't think there's a fire sale of lands in the LR. I don't notice any kind of application, of a volume coming forward saying, oh, well, since they're allowing this, perhaps we should try and slide ours in. No. So I think we have plenty of time to develop and craft a policy. I don't know how long it will take. Seems to me a CPC meeting would be in order, but I do think we're going to get some valuable information coming forward, and let staff tell us, for those of us who might not really be aware about what's on offer here. So I think that would be more helpful than just saying yes to this for the purpose of bringing it forward and more or less maintaining the integrity of the motion, which in fact I partly support, but I don't support it in its entirety, therefore I can't vote for this.
Okay, so on the referral, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Arneson, Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kunst, and Councillor Long opposed. The referral fails. We're back to the main motion. Councillor Whitmarsh, your hand was up on the main motion.
I'm good right now.
You're good? Okay. Councillor Woodward on the main motion.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. No, we'll hear council loud and clear on this one. I certainly disagree. There could have been a number of approaches to potentially amend this and try to make some progress on this. But the comment was made about precedent, which I value, and I appreciate that. I think the precedent of not looking at this process and this occurrence and the uniqueness of this one, not looking at it in this way, sets a pretty huge precedent as well, that we're way behind other municipalities in this regard. And that's very, very clear today. And, I just ask that maybe we can reconsider this one again later this month. Maybe people can reflect on that. If they don't like this motion, that's great. If they don't, I respect that. If they don't like the idea proposed, all I can do is bring them to the council table and respect the will of council. I won't be reconsidering this one. I won't be bringing it back again and again. So I think for me, I would really hope the council would think about this and we can maybe reflect on it over spring break. It looks like it's going down to defeat as requested by the delegation. Certainly respect their right to ask us to defeat it. I just think it reflects how far behind the Township of Langley is in this regard. And I fear the precedent that this sets for others that will reference this. Well, if they didn't have to contribute much, why do I? Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that. Call the question. All those in favor and opposed? So Mayor Froese, Councilor Whitmarsh, Councilor Kuntz, Councilor Long, Councilor Arneson opposed. It fails. All right. We can all move on to presentations. Tourism Langley is here, and Ms. Erin Kredba. Welcome here.
Update on the last 2 years of our tactical plans and a look ahead to the brand new 5-year strategy we're working on. First, a quick reminder of our office structure. Tourism Langley is the destination marketing organization for the Township of Langley. We have 9 dedicated board of directors, in addition to a Township Council appointee and Township staff liaison. We are currently a staff of 2. Daniela Potesta is the destination marketing manager, also my left hand, technically today, and I am the executive director. Our primary source of revenue is the municipal and regional district tax, MRDT, which is collected by accommodation providers in the Township of Langley. The MRDT is overseen by Destination BC, or as we refer to them, DBC, and the Ministry of Finance. Therefore, we report regularly on how we spend these funds. Every November, we submit a 1-year tactical plan with a budget, and each May we submit a 1-year performance report with financials. The board endorses these reports before they are sent to DBC. It's hard to believe, but it was exactly 2 years ago when I last had the opportunity to present to you. Looking back in my notes, this was the last slide of my presentation that outlined the tactics we had set as the foundation for our work in 2020. COVID-19 put several wrinkles in these plans, but with the support of our board and my industry colleagues, we kept our heads up, knowing that the tourism industry has a history of being resilient. As I mentioned, on an annual basis, we are required to submit a tactical plan to DBC. This was more of a challenge the last few years. However, DBC was extremely understanding in any updates that we needed to make. Generally, year over year, our tactics don't drastically change, as our 1-year plan is intended to support the overall goals set out in our 5-year plan. As you can see, some tactics were carried over both years, some only one, and then modifications were made as we needed. Excuse me. Before going into detail about what projects we undertook, I wanted to share a snapshot of the economic impact COVID-19 had on our hotel sector, and in turn, our revenue stream. You may recall that accommodation data is one of the key pieces of research that we have available to us. As you can see from this chart, in 2019, we saw growth in the accommodation sector over 2018. Then when we compare 2019 and 2020, the percentage change was more than a 40% decrease in occupancy and 20% average daily rate, which resulted in over $13 million of lost revenue for the township accommodation providers. When we look at 2021, while we're not at 2019 levels yet, we can see improvement compared to 2020. When I look closely at all the statistics, we know that occupancy levels are returning faster than average daily rate, but we need both to improve to make the most significant difference in total economic impact. Now for some details on the projects we worked on over the past 2 years. I would like to begin by recognizing DBC, who provided incredible support and guidance to our industry while we navigated 2 years of ensuring our messaging and activities followed the provincial health orders exactly. We saw early on the negative impacts in other communities that could happen if you were not careful to take every factor into account in your marketing activities. As time passed, it became easier to find ways to support our community, and like everyone, we became very good friends with the words pivot and adapt. Oh, no, back one more. Yeah. On the screen is just a small sample of the work that we did the last 2 years. I've picked a few areas from this list to highlight, but full details are outlined in our annual performance reports that are always made available to you. One of the tactics we worked hard on prior to 2020 that we found opportunities to continue to work on the past 2 years is asset development. In a time when digital travel planning dominates, great photography and video are essential. We were able to capture photos and videos in ways that could be used during these times with COVID restrictions and then long-term in the future. In the summer of 2020, we used some of these assets to create a welcome back campaign, encouraging BC residents to visit Langley with the premise that while travel may have been paused, we were now ready to welcome them back in a safe way. All of our video and photography is always made available to DBC, the township, and the businesses that we feature. Now, no matter how popular digital materials are, sometimes nothing can beat a printed piece of material. As part of the Fraser Valley Marketing Group, Tourism Langley offered to lead the creation of a Fraser Valley Food and Wine Guide in 2021. The response to the final product was incredible, and in less than 6 months, we needed to reprint. Also with our Fraser Valley partners, we made a temporary change from an annual visitor guide to a newspaper-style guide that we took as a seasonal as opposed to yearly approach to allow us some flexibility in the content. I'm also very proud to share that Tourism Langley and our Fraser Valley colleagues were nominated for an Industry Impact Award at this week's Tourism Industry Conference for the collective way that we've worked together to support each other and our communities the past year. We were shortlisted to the top 3, and we'll find out the results on Thursday. When it became a reality in early March 2020 that we would need to do some immediate budget cuts, there were 2 areas that we decided to keep fully funded: digital and social media and media relations. More than ever, people were turning to social media as a source of information about what was happening in communities. When travel restrictions required us to stay close to home, these channels provided an opportunity to dream and inspire future trips. We saw local writers looking for new story angles, i.e. how to bring a winery experience to your home when you couldn't go to the winery yourself, or where to find interactive online travel experiences. We also saw an increase in locally based writers that historically were writing just international, suddenly become interested in wanting to find out what was closer to home. So this chart shows just some of our key social media and website statistics. We've seen Facebook and Instagram followers grow at a steady rate, as well as the use of our website. We've continued to work on supporting Indigenous tourism, and one example is a project with DBC to increase more of our image database with missing subject areas, and that we identified Indigenous art and experiences were something that we needed to capture. But we also wanted to find out the story behind what we were photographing so that we can accurately reflect the story when we share the images. Okay, perfect. So that's some of the highlights of our work the past 2 years, but now a quick look ahead. So our existing 5-year strategic plan expires in November of this year, and a new one is due to Destination BC by May 1st. Work on our new 5-year strategic plan began in the summer of 2021. With the help of a consultant, starting in June, we formulated an action plan and met with the board for their input and approval before proceeding. Then between summer and December 2021, we conducted one-on-one interviews with our stakeholders and marketing partners. consulted with DBC and reviewed a lot of research available to us. This led to a situational analysis that we used as a discussion starting point at in-person and virtual workshops. A survey was sent to all stakeholders so that anyone who could not attend could contribute. So then we'll go one more. And so up on the screen, based on all of that research that we did, these are the 4 strategies that we've identified as what will lead us moving ahead. So building brand awareness in Metro Vancouver, capitalizing on sport pre and post days, supporting the growth expansion of events, and finally, investing in research and business intelligence. And then within these overarching strategies, we have 8 key performance indicators and 21 objectives. And so all of that will compile with the work that we do over the next 5 years. And then when we're gathering all of the information, we asked for a few quotes, and I just thought I would share a few that came back. I won't read them to you. And then in conclusion, what is next? So in the last week, we received approval from DBC of our 2022 tactical plan, and that is the final year of the existing 5-year strategy. And so we'll begin working on executing all of those goals and objectives. All signs, I'm happy to report, are pointing to a busy spring and summer, and that explains for part of my voice. Daniela and I spent the last 2 days at the Vancouver Outdoor and Travel Show, talking nonstop for 2 days to people who are ready to travel and get out. It was really good to see. And then finally, we should hear from DBC by the fall that we've had approval of the 5-year plan, and then start of 2023, we began that one again. So thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that. Looks like you've been busy. Councillor Arneson.
Hi, thank you very much for coming. Sorry about your throat challenges.
It was for a good cause. It was for a good cause.
I got lots of lozenges if you want one. I always have some on hand. Thank you for the presentation, sort of a snapshot of your activities, and you're right, it has been a while. I know that in the news there's been a lot of things going on about the industry and tourism in general and the challenges. So that sort of leads me to this question. It wasn't something that you covered off in your presentation. I did wonder whether or not you're aware if the province has considered that as part of kickstarting or helping to reignite tourism in terms of the accommodation sector. Do you know if they have or have considered any option to keep the MRDT at a lower level, just for the purpose of incentivizing people's travel? Is my question.
I have not heard anything about that. So MRDT can be either 2% or 3%. Now, I guess one clarification is that the MRDT is paid for by the visitor. And it's actually interesting. So in the research that we were doing and some of the conversations that we had, it was mentioned a few times that people don't necessarily see the MRDT as being something that they use when they're deciding whether or not they're going to travel. It's so widely used and accustomed to that people just seem to accept it as it is. If there was anything to that, Langley is 2%. A lot of our surrounding communities are 3%. But again, when you're looking at it on a room rate, it's very small, and it just doesn't seem to be what's contributing to or making a decision in travel.
Yeah, I realize it's nominal and that likely people that are going to a place and it's attached to their invoice at the end, there's probably not any relevance in the sense necessarily of people saying, I'll go here as opposed to there. And I do understand the purpose of why the tax is collected. It just made me think, though, that, you know, to some degree, and it's not related maybe necessarily to that, but other incentivization from the province to fund, you know, different ways to encourage people to travel now that the COVID restrictions are being lifted.
Right. Well, I will say, I mean, Tourism Industry Conference is this week, so there may be some news there. One thing that I didn't mention in my presentation, but is something that we've worked on, is taking that approach within our office, and that we have some funds that have been set aside so that we can be the incentive, we found we partnered with Visa. You may be familiar with Stay Vancouver. It's a program that Vancouver has done when you check in and you get a Visa card. But it was really important to us that economic impact stays in the township of Langley. And so we were able to get geotagged Visa cards, and they can only be spent in Langley. So we've been working with the hotels. Their key messaging is that it's best in the fall. We're really fortunate that the hotels have been recovering quite quickly, so it's something that you should hear about in the fall. You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the delegation for being here. I had a question with regards to advertising. Like many others, I've spent more time watching TV in the last 2 years than I've done in the last 60 years. But I keep seeing, and it doesn't matter what channel I'm looking at, I keep seeing ads for tourism Vernon, like come visit Vernon, look at all the things we've got to do in Vernon. Like I'm really impressed. And did we do something like that for Langley in other areas?
So
did we have ads saying come visit our wineries and come visit our restaurants? And
yeah, we did not do any TV advertising. TV advertising was just not something that we had per se in our budget. We were also trying to sort of work within what the travel restrictions were, but we did do quite a bit of like social media advertising, a bit of print advertising, and when we're doing those, we're often we're targeting where they're seen, so that if you live in Langley, you may not necessarily see those because we've already got the people here, but we're looking, our target market that we find is Metro Vancouver. I had mentioned the Welcome Back campaign that we did, so that was one video. Again, it didn't go on onto a TV, but we did it digitally.
Okay, and have our venues seen the results of these campaigns? Like, are you getting feedback from them saying, yes, we're getting more visitors now from the metro area?
So it's hard. I mean, I wouldn't be able to answer that and be 100% say, absolutely, that ad meant this amount of visitors, because we haven't been able to necessarily correlate them. I mean, the feedback from our stakeholders is that it has been busy. I will say in the last 2 years, we've actually been asked to be cautious in how much we are promoting them for the first time ever. As I mentioned at the beginning, all of the things that we had to sort of keep in mind, staffing levels were a huge concern for our restaurants, to the point that they were not having consistent hours, and were we going to be able to provide a service? Sorry, I'm going a little bit off track of your question, but so we don't have anything to correlate it. However, in part of our 5-year plan, doing visitor research is something that we want to know, and what the value of tourism is, and finding more ways that we can correlate those two. So perhaps some of our print ads that we do, if they walk into a winery or they walk into the restaurant with it, there's the correlation. But beyond that, it's tricky. However, our stakeholders have said it's been busy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, okay. That's good to hear. The next time you're talking to your counterparts up in Vernon, I'd be interested to know how the success that they've had from all their ads, and let them know that we're seeing them here in Langley. So.
I will be seeing them this week, so I will definitely ask.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Mrs. Credbud, Erwin, and Danielle Potesta is here as well. You're sure quiet, Danielle. Danielle went to school with my kids at Brookswood, so I'm just embarrassing you a little bit there. I did want to ask you folks about, we were talking about earlier on, is because Langley being 75% in agricultural, whether you've got agricultural programs, what to do in the agricultural area, food, eat local, shop local. Have you got a program for that as well, if I may?
We do. So we have the Circle Farm Tour, which is probably one of our longest running programs, and that is focusing on agricultural. It's self-guided. So what we did is in March of 2020 is when we renewed the program for that. So we'd done it for 2020. We had boxes and boxes of Circle Farm Tour door brochures land in our office, and then we couldn't distribute them as we could. So luckily, a year later in 2021, all of the participants in the brochure were still, all the information was the same. So we just reused it, and we're actually in the process right now of doing the 2022 program and finding ways for Langley to actually make our brochure bigger, because we have the most number of people that are interested in participating in that program, and they don't fit in the current format. So we have a wait list, and so we're trying to work on a way to clear that wait list. So it is one of our most popular, and I can speak like at the trade show this week, we had it, and we went through boxes and boxes. Oh, I keep those in my glove compartment. Yeah. So we've got that. We just did a shop local campaign with the Chamber of Commerce that ended on February 15th. So I think those are probably the two.
Well, anyway, keep doing what you want. I hope you keep busy too, because we want the economy to build up again. Thank you for coming.
Yes, we have been busy, and we are going to hire because we are so busy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kunst.
Hi, Aaron and Danielle. So it's a pleasure to sit on the Langley Tourism Board. I know how hard you both work, and even through the pandemic and all the different ways that you had to pivot. Could you share a little bit about the floods and the fire and how Tourism Langley actually helped in whatever way that you guys could?
Absolutely. So I guess we'll start in chronological order. So in the summer, when all of the forest fires were going on, and then I guess first with Lytton, that is actually part of the basis of the award that we were nominated for this week. So the Fraser Valley group that we work with is a group like no other. We take the approach that even though we are all independently marketing a different community, together we are stronger and we can do so much more together. And I think during the forest fires that came together, all of a sudden it was like a Thursday night, and my phone started blowing up. And it was all of our colleagues in the Fraser Valley saying, how can we help Lytton? And within 24 hours, we were in Hope. We were gathering materials. I mean, not normal tourism activities, but we just saw the need to support. And the outpouring of support was incredible. We took trucks and trucks and trucks of supplies up to Tukwayom and supported the Indigenous First Nations there. And yeah, it was incredible to see. And so it felt like we had just kind of come down from that. And then our neighbors became flooded. And again, we just banded together to say, how can we support? Because when one of us is down, it's got a negative impact for all of us. And so again, we just all banded together, got the group chat going again, figuring out how we can support. For Langley, I mean, we were so fortunate that we were, compared to Abbotsford, had less of an impact. And so for us, it was finding accommodation. So we were in constant communication with all of our hotels. What rooms do they have? Where can people go? So that we could find people a safe place to stay. So those are perfect examples of just as a Fraser Valley, we have those relationships, and when needed, in good times and bad, we support each other.
Well, congratulations on the award and good luck on Thursday.
Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Thanks for coming today. A really interesting presentation. One of the strategic initiatives that you mentioned was to capitalize on pre and post sport tourism, sports days. I was just wondering sort of what are the strategies around that, and do you work with the local sport associations or tournament directors and that sort of thing to try and to enhance that process?
So it's something that we're definitely working on, and as this has become over, when we were doing the consultations of our 5-year plan, a few things kept bubbling up to the top, and sport were certainly one of them. So to this point, we have just stepped in wherever there's sort of been a need, like track and field, while they're working on things, but we see the need that we need to take it a few steps further to do that. So that's where we identified that sort of piece that we need an extra body in our office to be able to do that, because yes, for example, like Langley Minor Hockey, if they're hosting tournaments, how can they know that we're there to support them? Because where we're seeing one of the key things that we can do to benefit is that if these groups are coming to the Township of Langley for a sporting event, now more than ever, people are they're used to just bringing their families with them. So consider bringing their families with them, but also stay a couple of extra days. But in order for that to happen, we need to be working with them really early on to get that messaging to them. Actually, a perfect example would be the rowing group that came and spoke to you. And so we were able to help them, and that's exactly what we did. We've worked with Lisa to get her materials to those that are interested in coming, and then ideally have them stay longer when they're here. So, I mean, that's a small event, but if we do that on a bigger scale, there's more and more impact. So ideally, when I saw that Lisa had presented to you, that's what occurred to me, is that how do we get that extra step ahead so that she didn't necessarily need to come here to ask it. She would have known that there was potential resources with our office.
Yeah, it's so great. I'm really pleased to see it as one of your initiatives. I think the potential for the sport tourism is so great, and you know, they're already coming here. They're already staying in hotels. They've already invested that time. If they knew ahead other things they could do and other ways to be involved in our community, they probably would do that. But so I think it's really great. So I'm really pleased. Thank you for having that as one of your initiatives.
We're trying to find ways too. I mean, we'll know we may miss some of them on either end, but even being more on site. Right now, like, we have a table of information up at the LEC with the basketballs. Just again, people can pick it up and make sure that they are aware of what's going on.
That's great. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Good to see the work that you're doing. And the Farm Fresh Guide, 30 years ago, we were part of it when the township had it. And it went to the Chamber of Commerce, then it went to Tourism Langley, and it's still going as a circle.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, like I say, we have a wait list, and so this year we're
it's a good piece of
clear the
advertising.
wait list. It's a good problem to have. Thank you.
Yes,
Have a good
thank you.
afternoon.
All right, reports to council. E1 is development permit application number 101186. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis moved, Councillor Kuhn seconds. Discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Move to E2, Aldergrove Gateway Site Public Engagement Strategy as a terms of reference and a funding source in the motion. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Davis. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'm wondering if we could add in the Fraser Health Authority as someone or an agency that we could also consult. I believe we got a letter from a resident in Aldergrove saying that there is a need for additional clinic facilities in Aldergrove, and so this might be an opportunity for some input on that.
All right.
So do I need to formally
I'll just ask
amend it?
Mr. Backen, can they be included as a part of the list to consult with? I think we do without an amendment. Is that yes? Mr. Backen's indicating yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great idea. Councillor Long.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, really. I mean, here we spent most of this meeting talking about community amenities, trying to get more money out of developers to pay for amenities, and yet we turned down $750,000 from the government to fund this thing, and now we have to dip into the council contingency for $50,000 more for a study that we already did. But last year, when we did the removal of the older inn, and we had hundreds of people comment on it, the public input was already there. So to me, this is just a waste of money, and I'm not going to support it.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to also suggest or recommend that we put this information forward to all of our advisory committees for their input. And I also thought that we should make sure that, for example, and maybe it's self-evident that if a councillor is reading this and they have ideas of their own, we're not outside this process, and I just want to make sure that there's ample opportunity when the public engagement comes back, that councillors will feel encouraged and probably proactive for any of the things that they might wish to see on that site. My recollection of looking at the site was that there were a lot of good ideas that were bandied around at the time, and some of them were council generated. So I look at that as an opportunity that would be positive. I just want to make sure that we're not missed by this. But I did have a practical question through your worship, maybe to Mr. Backen. I've not seen the exact nature of the questions that are being asked. And from a pragmatic point of view, I want to ensure and ask, how open-ended is this process? Because if we're really asking people what they would like, and they're saying that they want something that, reasonably speaking, is totally outside of the scope of what we could possibly develop on that site, I don't want to raise unreasonable expectations. So trying to find the balance between what would the public like and perhaps set up some constraints as to, what we could or couldn't consider. And maybe it's just a budgetary number. I mean, maybe we shouldn't have to do that, but I would rather not get into a situation where a council is being asked to do something that is beyond our financial capacity. Thank you.
Mr. Backen.
Your worship, I guess a two-part response. We are trying to have the, maximum, breadth of practical ideas. If there's ideas that are really not practical, build a space shuttle launch site or something, we'd probably include that as just a note to recognize the person was heard, but it would be outside the parameters. But we're trying to be fairly broad in terms of what the ideas may generate.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is great to see. There may be some negativity about it, but I think it's good that when we don't get what we want at the council table, we move on to the next issue. And I hope Councillor Long will do that. Embrace this process. So I think it's great. I think it's positive. I think it's really important to get back to consulting the community about something as important as this. Really hearing some ideas before building the wrong plan, regardless of some funding that may have been available. My ambition for downtown Aldergrove is more than a parking lot. So I really look forward to this process, look forward to getting the feedback, and I'm really relieved that we didn't proceed with the parking lot. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to move on. This is a, right now it's a parking lot. It's a bunch of old buildings. Councilor Ferguson.
This is a great opportunity for the Aldergrove Gateway site for public engagement strategy, and I think that some of the comments made by other councillors about who we can include, including our advisory committees and Fraser Health and ourselves as well, about having a strong vision for Aldergrove, which is everybody's secret little treasure for the township of Langley, and all sorts of potential for the future. And I think this could get maybe some really good ideas we're always criticized for not planning for the future, for not putting together something that would be a benefit for many generations to come. So I think this is a great opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Long.
Yeah, there was already a survey done, and we had hundreds of people put in their opinions, and that's what was staff put forward for the plaza that was being proposed that this council turned down. So there is no negativity coming from me to the public. The negativity is coming to me how this council is wasting money and spending money and trying to, what's the point of having public input when you ignored it? And now we're going to go out again and ask for public input. I just hope that the vision that some of these councillors at this table have for Aldergrove doesn't resemble what Fort Langley looks like now.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh, let's keep it to this motion.
Yeah, I think we did do get some information before and engage with the public, but I'm certainly open to continue to engage with the public. I think this is a good idea for us to continue to get more information on what we can do in Aldergrove, and I'll certainly be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Yes, I'll just kind of echo the sentiments. I'm glad that Fraser Health now and our committee meetings, and I just of a public input process as possible. So I hope there's something there's nobody we've forgotten there. Maybe we could put the study that we did for down the street, because it was kind of a, well, mind you, it's not going to be the same. That was an interim. But I just, let's get on it and get it started. Thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I feel Councillor Long's frustration. We did have some money there, but I would like to get on with figuring out what we can do in Aldergrove, so I will be supporting it.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question on E2. All those in favor and opposed? It carries unanimously. We move. Excuse me, I'm the chair. Excuse me, I'm the chair. It's unanimous. Thank you. E3. Being opposed and voting against it is two different things, I guess. So E3 is Draft Financial Plan 2022-2026, results of the public consultation report. Could I have a motion, please, on Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. Just as a general comment, I mean, I'm pleased enough, I guess, to see of our engagement activities and to find out we get some feedback. You know, I don't know if it's self-evident to everybody else, but it seems that these numbers are characteristically abysmal. I noticed that it's more than it was last year, but I really would appreciate an opportunity sometime after this current budget for 2022 is actually endorsed, that we look towards different and expanded opportunities. I'm not sure what the magic bullet is that we can try and generate more public feedback, but I feel, obviously it says in the report, there's no statistical relevance to this because so few people are actually commenting on this. So I'd like to be able to have some feedback other than anecdotally what I'm told by people about this. I would like to have some more formal mechanism, and I think there's a variety of things that we could consider. Of course, they'd have to be cost effective, but you know, I just find it honestly frustrating that we get so little feedback about huge expenditures in the future of Langley. So I just want to put that forward as a comment in the hope that we can revisit our engagement strategies and see if we can get some more people interested in responding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let you know I have two amendments I'd like to make to the direction for staff for the draft budget. So I don't know if you want to take those now or you want to wait for the members of the council.
I'll go to Councillor Ferguson and I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
I guess I just wanted to comment on the comments, the feedback we got, and I do agree that we'd always like to have more people, and also we'd like to have more people come out and vote, voting opportunities and things like that, and do whatever we can. I guess the things that came up, being protective services, and of course the one thing I wanted to ask you about, and then that comes to my question rather than, is they talked about Langley services. Are they talking about utilities when they talk about Langley services? I wasn't sure of the question, but I wanted to ask staff if I may through the chair.
Mr. Backen or Ms. Ruff?
I'm not sure which page you're referring to.
It's, okay, it is, it would be, just a second. I had it just a second ago. Okay, I guess it has to do with perhaps Q19, question Q19. They're talking about solid waste utility. That now they're talking about strongly support, but they're concerned about it as well, about all utilities, solid waste, water, and liquid waste as well as other services and utilities we offer in the township, if I may.
We split up the utilities by the 3 different utilities. So if it's referring to Q19, it's the solid waste utility only.
That's correct. That's correct. But in many of the other questions, they're concerned about what are you concerned about the most, and that came up as one of the things they concerned about. Number one, they had three or four different things. They talked about taxation, they talked about police, they talked about fire, they talked about other things. Then the next thing was they're mostly concerned about municipal services. And I was just wondering if that's all services or just utilities.
it would be all services since we didn't separate them.
Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you, does that mean park and recreation? I mean, how do
Those
you
are
interpret
separated
that?
though, right? Because I think on our questionnaire, we do separate parks. Right? So I wouldn't think it would include that, but I guess it would be open to interpretation.
Okay, so it's open for kind of the interpretation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Woodward. Oh, I didn't see her, sorry. I guess just popped up. Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm referring to page 34 on this question. And the top three that people were concerned about, growth, crime, and recreation and cultural. And municipal government is fourth.
That's right.
Do we have any details on what exactly they're concerned about municipal government on? And also recreation for that matter. Oh, I guess the recreation would be the facilities not being open due to COVID. But yeah, why are they concerned about municipal government?
Mr. Backen, if you have that.
Yeah, that was my question too.
Yeah.
Unless someone left a specific comment, we wouldn't know.
Okay, they're just rating it, ranking it, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when we put that question on, did we have a reason for that question?
Ms. Ruff?
It's a very general one. You're right. It probably should be worded to do with services or to do with spending, etc.
Yeah, that would probably be more helpful feedback for council going forward. Are they mad at us or are they mad at the administration? Like, what's their issue?
It's got to be administration. It's got to be. Can't be us, Councilor Richter.
I wouldn't count on that, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. One of those questions you should never ask. Eh? Councilor Whitmarsh, go ahead.
Sorry, this just is speaking to this same issue that Councilor Richter just brought up. On page 35, it maybe helps to explain a little bit better. Because there's two municipal government sections. So the first one is municipal government services that are provided. That's what it's speaking to. And then the second one that's in red down below is on municipal government spending. So I don't know if that helps to clarify it, but it provides a little bit more context to the two municipal services bullets.
Thanks, yeah. Means different things to different people, I'm sure. Okay, Councilor Woodward, amendments.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I think this would be the way to do it. I prefer to do it as part of the draft, and then it would give all of council plenty of time to think about it as the draft budget comes forward. So I would like to first remind everybody about the Langley Foundry contribution. The original proposal of that was over 2 years, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make an amendment that we do all of the 250 in the 2022 budget from the RCMP reserve. Not over 2 years.
Okay, it'll be over 1 year, okay?
Get it done.
Okay, so we'll...
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Woodward, second by Councilor Richter. Councilor Woodward, do you wish to speak to it?
No, I
or
don't
just
need
go to
to speak
vote?
to that.
Okay,
I have a second one though after this.
Okay, we'll just go to vote on that one, and then it's will of Council. Councilor Long. Just on the.
I don't know why we would do that. I mean, that was the arrangement we made. It was also a matching grant, and I believe that it's being quite successfully subscribed to. Again, why would we change the rules partway through, or the notion that there's no reason given? So, just leave it the way it is.
It's up to council. Either way, they'll get the money.
Don't mucky muck.
Okay, there's that word again. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the First Amendment. That's to take it over 1 year instead of 2 years. All those in favor and opposed? Mayor Froese, Councilor Long, Councilor Arneson. Carries. And your second one, Councilor?
It was actually your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, a couple of meetings ago.
I know, but now we've got it. I kind of like it. I kind of like it over 2 years.
That's fine.
Doesn't matter.
No, apparently not. Okay,
We're allowed to review our views. I heard that from a very smart person years ago. You can review your views.
I review my views constantly.
And that's okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So the second one here might be a little more complicated. I may need Mr. Backen's assistance here. But it's in regards to the fire hall feasibility. So I want to remind council, under the capital sheets here, I've got it here somewhere. Lots of papers today. In the fire summary, there's an Otter Hall 7 funded for approximately $150,000. So I did confirm with staff, management, the possibility of doing concurrent feasibility studies for Hall 8 to run alongside a feasibility study for Hall 7. Hall 8 is in Walnut Grove. The cost I was provided for with that is with a 20% contingency was $215. However, the fire hall study here I was provided by management, Fire Hall 7 actually came back a little bit less, around 110. So the net cost to add a feasibility study for Hall 8 would be approximately 160. Now, perhaps Mr. Backen can confirm that, and then I will move, or would like to move, Mr. Mayor, that we add a feasibility study for Hall 8 to run concurrent with a feasibility study for replacement of Hall 7, funded from surpluses and reserves, not affecting the property tax rate.
Mr. Backen, can you make comments on it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to confirm, and I'll have the chief get involved if we need be, I think it's to the amendments to undertake a fire hall feasibility study for both Hall 7s and 8, and if I understood it correctly, the total cost of $270,000 being 110 and 160, would they be funded from surplus and reserves?
That's correct. Thank you. Make that motion.
Okay, is there a seconder to the amendment? Councilor Whitmer seconds. Do you wish to speak to Councilor Woodridge?
Yeah, sure, I'll speak to that. So the logic there is, respecting the recommendation from the chief. I'm not attempting to undo or change priorities, but what I would like to do is not lose a year. So the way the 5-year capital plan works on the capital sheet for this funding, it's not just feasibility funding. It presupposes in the 5-year capital plan replacement of Hall 7. And I don't think that conversation has really occurred, at least not to the level I would like it to occur. So I'm fine to proceed with the feasibility study of Hall 7, but I don't want to presuppose that that's the hall that gets replaced in lieu of Hall 8. So I would like to at least give the next council the option to make that decision with both of those feasibility studies available to them at that time and consider it then fully with the information provided. The other thing too is provided there we were going to potentially replace quite a few fire halls in the next term. I would like to make sure that we're able to fully consider that. So the amount of money here I think is relatively minor. I'm not here to debate Hall 7 versus Hall 8. I want to let that happen at a future time, probably in the next budget, with that information, and let the next council make that decision. But I'd like to enable that next council to do that, not presuppose that Otter 7 is going first is what this budget does. I would like to give the next council the option to do one or both. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate this motion coming forward. I do have a couple of questions. And so I guess through your worship, maybe to Mr. Backen. So the first one is just to clarify, because it's my recollection, but I could be wrong, that these were recommendations that were made by our fire chief. And so looking at a strategic plan and prioritizing what, in his opinion, was the need and requirement in terms of which one we should do first. I'm just checking to see if that would be correct.
I think that's effectively correct, and I refer to them by way of the actual location. So Otter being the oldest and probably the most challenging in terms of its construction techniques. Then I heard the chief say, I think Walnut Grove and Brookswood were probably the next ones in order. So I understand that the attempt here is to elevate Walnut Grove to be concurrent with the review of Otter.
Okay, and I guess my follow-up question is, surplus reserves, I don't know where that's coming from. Do we have any indication at this point of where that is coming from? Because I have lots of projects that I'd actually like to have funded, and if I knew what was available, why don't we just let everybody know what's currently available in our surplus reserve fund so that we can all make an informed opinion about how we'd like to advance certain propositions? Because I'd like some more action on climate change.
Your Worship, I would say that the, balances in the accounts were as per Ms. Ruff's presentations. At one point we went through them. A surplus is generally what's left over from the operating capital, either cumulative or year to year, with reserves being projects or funded for specific projects through the capital items. I think the best thing we should do in that case is probably to recirculate that document, because it probably has the most up-to-date information so that we have it in terms of going forward at the next meeting.
I would like that because it seems to me, without having a framework to know, for example, if we have, I can understand the police reserve funds and the amount of money that's in there, and that there is a superfluous amount apparently in there. But I look at other ones and say, how can we understand necessarily what the implications would be if there's a sudden surge in need and the reserve fund now no longer has the money? And I would like to know how these things are connected to each other. If there's any, if it's public safety, for example, if there's money in that fund, I would prefer to take it from there and put it towards a study as opposed to taking it out from, land acquisition for stormwater management, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question, a couple of questions through to staff on this. What are the efficiencies that we gain by doing, say, 2 at once, or say even 3 at once? What kind of efficiencies do we gain on our feasibility studies?
Your Worship, I think the first estimate was shown giving them each case by case. I think when we looked at it, there was some modest efficiencies being gained between combining them. Not huge, but something in the order of 10 to 15%. I can't recall this one specifically, but there was some modest efficiencies we could achieve.
Okay, so that's helpful. Now, we also have heard from the chief about the need for a new fire hall in addition to 7 and 8. So is there additional feasibility study that needs to be done on that? How does this impact the discussion around a new fire hall as well?
For that, Your Worship, we should turn to the chief to refresh our memories, I think, as to the potential new hall versus these existing locations.
Chief Campbell, are you able to comment, or?
Thank you, Worship, and Member Council. What I've been discussing with staff is a 10-year plan on fire hall renewals or replacements and renewals and new ones. It is my recommendation that we look at replacing Hall 7, look at a new fire hall to fit in with what we did just recently with the accreditation process and the reports that said we need to look at up into the northeast section and how we can cover that area, and then look at Hall 7 and 8. I've also heard from what council would like to look at is other types of buildings or businesses, services attached to the fire hall. So it makes each one of these fire halls that I'm talking about, all 4 of them, separate studies. That's the recommendations that we have. I have spoken to one of the consultants out there that is very familiar with this. I actually did a project in Vancouver, and said that those things should be done separately because it all depends on what will fit into the neighborhood, what fits into what council would like to see, what the public would see. So they see these as all separately, because one may not fit in with the other ones.
Okay, so thank you for that. So doing these feasibility studies separately, but could be done concurrently. Is that correct?
They could be, yeah. It would just cost more money the more you add on to it. One is cheaper than obviously if you start adding 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
There are some areas that are similar, so they can, with a fire hall, we need a certain amount of space for our trucks. We need a certain amount of space depending on the use, whether it's going to be a composite hall or a career hall or a strictly pay call hall. That way we determine things. And then, of course, the land and how it fits into the neighborhood, egress and entrances into the fire halls, those types of things I have to take into consideration.
Right. Okay. So I certainly recognize that, we've discussed Fire Hall 7 and Fire Hall 8, and also that you've brought it to our attention the need for a new fire hall. So I guess I'm just wondering, and I really do appreciate this motion coming forward from Councilor Woodward, but I'm wondering about whether we really should be looking at 3 studies. And I know money is always the issue, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we do probably need a new fire hall, particularly as we continue to grow our population. So I'm just wondering if you have comments, maybe you already given them, but maybe you might want to just sharpen it for me on doing a feasibility study on 7 and 8 and the new fire hall, and thoughts around these 3 studies that probably need to be done and timing of those.
Yeah, and I would add a 4th one, and that's the Brookswood Hall 5. That one is, as the neighborhood is changing over time, to start planning for the future in that neighborhood too. So my feeling is what we should be looking at is replacing a hall that's no longer working for our department. That's Hall 7 up in the so that's Hall 7 in the Otter area. And then in order up, the next one I would look at is another fire hall to deal with the whole northeast section, which in my estimation, just where it needs to go, would probably you'd be looking at more of a career fire hall, not a composite or a paid call. And then Hall 8 and Hall 5 are roughly sort of the same as far as why we need to look at replacing those halls, and is that they're no longer functioning. Neither one of those halls are built for the future. The current use for Hall 8 is a composite. It was built as an office. It wasn't built as a fire hall functioning as far as that of all the other 6 fire halls we have. So replacing that hall should be done at some point, and then also the Hall 5 needs to be dealt with.
Right, okay, so interesting. I mean, it certainly seems to me the more information we have, the better we can make decisions. And so I'm certainly, I'm supportive of doing 2. I mean, I guess if money wasn't as much of an issue, I'd rather us look at all 4 of those and do feasibility studies on them so that we have the information we need as we move forward. Just last question for me, how long is typically a feasibility study on a hall? Is that like a year-long process, or what is that?
It would depend on the project size. If we're talking the Hall 7, Otter one, would actually be a shorter time span to do that hall. And I'm getting numbers between 3 months to 6 months, again, whatever we put into it. If we're looking at adding things like say, I'm just going to use something like a library or a community police station or something, the ambulance stations like some fire halls have, that would probably take a little bit longer because you're dealing with other agencies. If you're looking at something like adding like a multifamily or something like is done in some communities, that would be a bigger project that probably involved developers and everything else on top of all the other ones that we would have to deal with. So that could be 6 to a year, depending, again, how cooperative, how things move along.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess at this point, I'd be supportive of the 2 of them, but maybe into next year's budget, we should maybe look at the other 2 so that we get 4 done over the next 18 to 24 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I like Councillor Whitmarsh's suggestion of going with 2 now and then maybe 2 next year. I also like the idea of the next council having the flexibility to decide the order in which the hall should proceed. So I'm going to support this motion, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to be increasing taxes in order to do this, that we do have the money in the reserves to fund the additional, 160,000.
Mr. Backen, I would think that it would be, the funds would have to be there before you would even commence, so.
Your Worship, I think the motion actually speaks specifically to the use of surplus or reserves, which will again circulate, but that would presume that would not include a tax increase.
Okay, what I'm asking for is no additional tax increase. Is that clear direction to staff?
Yeah.
Or does staff
Yes,
think they're going to have, yeah?
Yeah, so it will come back, and I would think that if there was a tax increase because of this, then council would have a say in it. But at this point, it is understood that there'll be no tax increase, that will be using existing or future reserves.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Oh, don't run away, Chief Campbell. I mean, I think this is a great discussion. I think that we've got a long way to go, and I know that I wanted to thank Chief Campbell for, I think we had about 3 visits with fire halls and other members of council have also gone for visitations as well. And I know Surrey, you did direct me to Vancouver, you didn't come with me, but we were two in Richmond. And I noticed that as we plan for future halls and locations important, and I know we saw one where there was police and ambulance together, that's in Richmond, and also we saw the main, a very big hall, #1 in Richmond, that had an awful lot of, I guess, leads and also, I guess, technology things. Do you see coming into the future planning fire halls and using the fire department differently? Do you see that as something that's ongoing in the future?
I would say that all the fire halls, whatever one we go moving forward, that we'd look at the future of it, not build them as a paid call hall, for example. Like the Hall 7 one I'm talking about, that is a paid call hall, and I see that one for years will be a paid call hall, just the way it's just if you look at all the fire halls and everything that needs to be planned for the future. But that hall could be built as a composite hall so that at some point at a future date when council decides that they want to staff that one, if they decide to do that, that you don't have to spend the money to basically renovate to the place. So it's almost too expensive to renovate it. It's cheaper to build it, rebuild it. So that's what I would say that we need to do, and I think that's the future for all the fire halls.
And as you see the sites, you mentioned, I know you mentioned Hall 5, that's Brookswood, right? And you mentioned, well, what about, it's a nice site there you've got. Do you want to build on what's there, or do you want to add on, or do you want to do something else? That's something we'll discuss. I don't expect really an instant answer. You've got Hall 7, that's up in the Otter District there, is make some changes there based on the site and or move it to another location. And of course, as we've talked, you mentioned a couple more halls there in the future as we plan. And you're going to be presenting all this. And I think it's a great discussion we're having to the council. We're going through, and as Councillor, I think Richter said, going through planning for future budgets and future councils. I guess my question is location. You are still really, I don't say struggling, but working on those particular items.
Yes, one of the challenges, and that's with, I guess, anything that's built in the township, is that we have a large land mass that's in the agricultural land, which we can't build on. We did, when we looked at during the accreditation process, a fire hall in the northeast sector. One of the things that the consultants that were dealing with the strategic plan side of things felt a fire hall located in the industrial park would be a good area. That we looked at some properties in there just to get an idea of what it would cost and where we would do it. Then the suggestion was, well, maybe just outside of the Gloucester Park. Well, just outside is the agricultural land. We can't build the fire hall there. So then we started looking at other sites in which we have, and that'll all determine where you're gonna put it. I think the properties that we have now, if we can keep those, if they make sense, like I'll use Brookswood as an example, it makes sense to keep that one rather than buy another piece of property. That's going to save the taxpayers dollars. But once you do the feasibility study and you say, you know what, it would be better actually to move that fire hall and sell the property, the existing one, that will be one of the things that will be looked at and determined if the fire hall is in the right place. I think I would say the fire halls are. It's just there are some sites that could be better situated as far as how the trucks go in and out, how the current land. I'll use all 7 for example. It's a fairly sized property. It's over 200 acres, but because the way the hall is situated right now and the land how it's been just sort of contoured to the inside of a bank. It's not ideal. What we're looking at is removing the soil and flattening it a lot more so we can use it for more purposes than just having the fire hall there and a parking zone. So we could use it for training, for example.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate all your help.
Thank you. Councillor Wong.
It's funny, I thought we were moving the budget along here. We have a report, we've had some presentations and public consultations, I should say, and now we're moving it forward to the next stage, and now we're going to debate the whole thing again. I think we heard the chief say that it'd be better to do these studies independently. There's different criteria for each one, different circumstances, and I don't think this is an area, again, this is my favorite word, I won't use it because it drives you people crazy, but this is areas that we shouldn't be getting involved in. There already are plans underway by our staff. Which halls to do first, which studies to do first. It's not for us to get in there and micromanage the fire department. We don't have that expertise. I think we should just leave it the way it is. I think we need to move the budget forward. That's our job, is to move the budget forward. And I think you heard the chief, I heard different words from all the councillors here say, oh, good idea, we'll double the efforts by having 2 studies done at the same time. We'll save perhaps 10%, but you could also ruin the whole thing. Because perhaps there's different companies that will do these studies, and maybe if you have them run simultaneously, the whole scope of work changes, and maybe mistakes are going to be made, or maybe delays that we can't anticipate could happen. There's always those things that are unintended consequences when council starts to muck around. So leave it the way it is. Let's move the budget forward, and let's not try and do the chief's job or the staff's job. They are the ones that do the planning, and we're supposed to empower them, folks.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so I think there's some good debate back and forth. I just want to add here, I do have one more after this one too, Mr. Mayor. To me, it's kind of important to equate them for now in terms of the feasibility process. So one thing that I don't want to scare people, but maybe we build both in 2023 budget. How are you going to do that if you don't have the feasibility studies? So maybe we build Hall 8 first, maybe we don't. Maybe the feasibility study reveals that Hall 7 with the training aspects is going to be better. What the problem is that if we don't do both, Hall 7 is going first without a real discussion that I think should be having in 2023. And I respect the chief's recommendations. I'm not trying to change it, I'm trying to expand it. And I'm sorry Councillor Long doesn't support that. I think it's important for council to show leadership on occasion. The easiest thing to do is
okay. Excuse me, Councillor Woodward has the floor. Thank you.
I wish we quit mentioning my
okay,
name.
yeah, just speak to the motion. Yeah, okay. Okay, a good reminder, we should stick to the motion, and that's for everyone.
So I think showing some leadership on occasion is a good thing, not something to be routinely and almost attacked on every motion. So I think that that's a good thing. We disagree on it, that's fine. That's totally fine. But I would like to have the option of considering Hall 8 first, and then maybe not doing that, or maybe building them both. That's kind of the direction I would like to see it go. I prioritize Hall 8, I'll be clear. I prioritize Hall 8 over a new hall. I think that one of the things we should be doing is looking at replacing and maintaining the infrastructure we have, along with building new. And we haven't built a replacement hall in a long time. And to me, I've sort of would like to see that done sooner. And I'm trying to make that process happen faster and sooner. I'm trying to be helpful, I'm not trying to be problematic. I would like to give the next council the option. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on the amendment to do the 2 feasibility studies, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Long opposed. Carries. All right, Councillor Woodward.
So I'm going to have one more, Mr. Mayor. I will speak to it. It will seem a bit strange when I make it, but I would like to make it. I think the debate's important. I would also like to add a 3rd feasibility study for Hall 5.
Okay, 3rd for Hall 5, okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Whitmarsh seconds it.
Yeah, I appreciate this one could potentially be deferred to 2023, but I think it's important to have the debate, and I'll explain why. I'm learning a bit more about the fire service, but I'll be the first to admit that I'm not a firefighter. I never served in protective services. I try to look at my role a bit differently, that if I tour these fire halls and I don't like what I see, it's my job to try to change it. And from what I understand, and I won't speak for others, but others that helped me tour them agree, at least from what I heard, that we do need new fire halls, and we've left this for a long time. And we can't do them without the feasibility study. Development's coming to Brookswood. I think a lot of us have accepted that. It may be different form than what's in draft right now, but development's coming to Brookswood, and I'd like to get ahead of that. So I want to remind, because I understand what may be coming, non-statutory reserves in the 2023 budget is provided to us for $57.7 million. So 57.7 million, and I'm looking for another couple $100,000. If there's amendments for climate change, I want to hear those. I might support those. Great, awesome. I think to try to get ahead of it between the draft budget that's coming up in 3 weeks. I think the pretext to making these decisions is to really have an informed plan for fire halls in 2023 that may be 5 years, but I want it to be informed by these 3 studies. I'm clear I do not prioritize a new fire hall at the interchange, but I think getting the land for that would be important, to have that option for the future. But I prioritize existing infrastructure and planning for the future in Brookswood. And I think the first step is to do 3 of these studies and put some of this $57.7 million to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I do appreciate the substantive amount that's available in reserves, but to me, this then it needs to be qualified in some way by how we're going to spend it, etc. And this is part of the conversation. I'm not against this. I do have, I guess, a pragmatic question, maybe through Your Worship, to Mr. Backen or else the fire chief. So what I'm wondering is, because I have limited knowledge about budgeting for something, but it does occur to me that if you were doing a study and you're trying to make an assessment about the economic cost of this, that if you're too far out from when this could actually be realized, that this is not going to be an appropriate number in the end. And I understand that there's usually padding in there for contingency, et cetera. But most recently, we've had some extreme spikes in material and labor cost, et cetera. So I'm just trying to evaluate at what point are you trying to pre-plan too far out, is my question from an economic point of view.
Mr. Backen?
Your Worship, I guess there's 2 parts to it. The feasibility study, I think, looks at the operational implications, service levels and those pieces in terms of what that would impact or how that would impact the service delivery model, that being a number of firefighters, paid call firefighters, those sorts of issues. The second component then, in fact, is very much related to the land acquisition or reutilization of the land, and then the land cost, then the construction costs themselves. Traditionally, construction costs, I guess, were somewhat linear in their movement, but recently, since COVID and after, it's been very difficult. There's been spikes and valleys all the way through those. So the closer one can actually do the study towards the intent to build, the better off one is going to be. However, it may be feasible then to revisit the construction aspect at a later date if they're looking at a moment in time as sort of a snapshot. So I guess I'm saying there's merits to both sides of it depending upon what the anticipated or desired outcome is.
Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I appreciate the logic behind this, but I think it's going a step too far. We're not going to be able to build 3 fire halls at once. It's just financially not going to be possible. And I think that the next council will figure that one out real quick too. I'm okay with us looking at 2 right now with the intent that the next council has an opportunity to decide how they're going to prioritize those. And also with the intent that those 2 are probably number 1 and 2 on the list that should be done first. Brookswood right now is, the neighborhood plans have not been approved yet. We have not seen significant additional development in Brookswood. I think that Hall 5 feasibility study can wait for at least another year. And I still go back to the suggestion that Councillor Whitmarsh said about running 2 concurrently next year after this one's done. So I think that's a more orderly approach. So I'm not going to support a 3rd feasibility study at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly think that the idea of the feasibility studies is really important, and I appreciate that we're having this discussion today. I think that from a timing perspective, I think I'd prefer to just do the 2 in the 2022 budget and then look to add the other 2 in the 2023 budget, the one for the new fire hall and for Fire Hall 5, and put that into 2023. I think from a timing perspective and a budgeting perspective, certainly will give us plenty of time in advance of when we need to actually build these fire halls. And we'll certainly be able to use it to compare, but I think it just allows us to slow the process down a bit. The next council can also decide if they want to move it into 2023 for those final two, but I appreciate the motion, and it's not a lack of interest in supporting it, but I just think from a time perspective, I'd rather see 2 + 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, we do actually learn from the surveys, and I know that the budget survey that needs 3 in our agenda that indicated that firefighting and called protective service, police and fire, and of course to a lesser degree with provincial, which is the ambulance, but also looking at fire services, the fire hall. So it's something that is being discussed by our residents. I like the concept of at least coming up with the feasibility with what will the future hold. And I think that's important. There's been a lot of discussion today, and I believe that discussion's been important. So I think it's important to move with the 3. I know that Hull 5, again, which is Brookswood, I like the site, and I know there's all sorts of opportunities on that site. It seems to be a fairly big site with all sorts of opportunities for repair, expansion, growth, everything. And we're always criticized for not being prepared for the future. This is another opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. So I think that just a reminder, I did this as a form of division. So I think that that's why I've done it this way. I certainly appreciate the hesitancy. I kind of look at the stockpiling of non-statutory reserves, and even with our lands or reserve challenge as provided to us publicly in the budget, that it's not much money for something I think that's pretty important, capital infrastructure planning. The chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but I couldn't find it here in the last couple of minutes, recall a submission that after Hall 7, Hall 8, the new hall, and Hall 5 were all going to happen within a space of a few years. I think 3 to 4, 4 to 5, something like that. And I think that it's important to maybe look at doing the existing fire hall feasibility studies together. I think I would value that if I'm still here in 2023. I would value them to be done, all 3 presented to us as a grouping. I think that would help my process rather than trying to pick between Hall 8 and a harder hall. If I'm still here, prioritizing these halls, de facto today, determining that Hall 5 is not going to happen before those other 2. That's what voting this down results in. I would prefer that we not do that. I would prefer that we spend that little bit of extra reserve money, given the reserves we do have, to make sure that the next council does have the option to look at all 3 equally. If I had to choose, I think I would prioritize Hall 8. That's what I think. So that's why I've done it the way I have. But I think it's important to look at them all. We haven't done much for renewing our fire infrastructure here the last decade. There's been very little done on that. So we have some catching up to do. And I would like to empower the next council to really put together a plan to catch up for what hasn't been done the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. They're really helpful. For me, it's not about money. It's not a question of the money of it. I just think there's some good things learned after you do 2 feasibility studies, things that we learned from those that would go into the next feasibility studies. To me, it's a sequencing, a process. It's not about money. I can live with either. Both ways get us to a good feasibility on fire halls. So either one works for me, but I do like the idea of lessons learned that we can get in the following year. So I'll stay with the 2-2 for now. But
Councilor Long.
Yeah, through you to staff, Mike. Maybe you could ask staff what the downside could be to all of these studies being done simultaneously. I mean, there isn't. What is the purpose? If we're going to be planning to build a hall, there will be a feasibility study before the hall is built. I always find it very scary when council seems to know more than the staff does. So I don't see staff requesting this. I didn't see the public requesting this per se. But I'd just like to make sure that the unintended consequences are at least pointed to in this discussion. So Mr. Backen, if I could ask you to ask him, Your Worship, what's the downside to this? Because there has to be one. If there wasn't, then we would have done this already. Staff would have said, hey, we need to do 10 feasibility studies all in a row. We're going to save a pile of money. It's going to be a much better deal. Or is it in fact the opposite, where by embarking on all of these feasibility studies, we might be coming up with information that needs to be reviewed at some point, or things could change, or maybe there's only so many people in the province that can do these studies, and now we're spreading them so thinly. So what are the downsides?
So, yeah, so Mr. Backen, there are pros and cons to every decision we make, and I'm sure there is this one too, so.
Your Worship, I guess we've had a good discussion of the pros and the implications of what that could look like in terms of knowledge base and going forward, and need, and ensuring that the right choices are made. I guess in terms of the cons, it would be primarily predictability and I guess feasibility. What I mean by that is quite often when we engage in studies, it does raise expectations that there will be more of an immediate response than council may anticipate. And as well, that then leads to the feasibility. It could 3, 4, or 5 halls be done all at once? The short answer is they probably could be technically, theoretically, but it would mean a significant either reallocation of resources from borrowing or from assets, whether it be cash or land or whatever there may be. So that would then affect the, I guess, the certainty in terms of the numbers, because if one's doing an analysis, and this is not the case here, for 5 or 10 years out, that might be something better to wait. But if council's considering or deliberating on doing something more quickly, there might be some value to it to do it, if not to right away, but within a certain defined time period.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd sooner leave the timing up to the professionals, and there'll be staffing issues too, right? You can't, if you produce all these halls, how do we staff them? How do we make sure that that our firefighters are deployed appropriately? I mean, that could be a big undertaking to take on more than one hall a year or whatever is going to be done. So, as I've said before, I much prefer to leave these kinds of decisions to staff. If they had come to us and said, hey, we would like you to do this because we think this is a good idea, I'd be the first one there. But when it comes from this council, I'm pretty scared.
Thank you. Okay, oh boy. Can we get to the question? I think I don't think anybody's going to convince anybody anything by now, but got a big agenda. I will go through Councillor Kunst and Davis.
Yeah, so
I get so excited I get to call a question and then go ahead.
I'm going to support 2 and 2. I just think that it would actually be more beneficial to wait on the 3rd and the 4th one and give it a year, just so we'll see what happens with the first 2. So anyway, I'm not going to support the 3rd one, but I will support the first 2 and do another 2 in a year.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I'll be real brief. I think maybe Mr. Woodward's just wanted 1. Now he's got 2. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't joke about your hall, Mr. Fireman. Plans can change. We could have 2 plans to build 2 halls, and maybe by the time we got around to building a third, not necessarily getting around to building a 3rd one, but by the time a 3rd one comes to reality, maybe the plans have changed and there might be other things about it. So I'm going to support 2. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'll call the question on the amendment to add the 3rd study. All those in favor and opposed? So that's Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Long, Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson. That amendment fails. We're back to the main motion as amended. Can I call the question on the main motion as amended? Yeah, so the main motion is what you see in front of you as amended. So there's 2 amendments. One was that the foundry donation, or contribution, I should say, is over 1 year, not 2. Is that correct? And the second one is that there be feasibility study for Hall 7 and for Hall 8 to move concurrently.
Yeah, okay.
So this is the motion in front of you as amended. All those in favor and opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Thanks, staff, for all that. Go to bylaws for consideration 3rd reading, H1. So it's an official community plan amendment, rezoning application 100214 and heritage alteration permit application 101241. Bylaw 5761, 5762, and the motion is attached. Could I have a motion on H1? Moved by Councillor Long and second by Councillor Arneson. Councillor Richter.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a deferral of this for 1 meeting so that we can get time to go up and see for ourselves. I was very impressed with the people who came and spoke to us about the traffic and parking and fitting in issues that spoke at the public hearing last week. And unfortunately, I was not able to get up and actually look at what the parking situation is like up there, but I got the message loud and clear that parking and traffic is an issue there. So if I could have a deferral to the next meeting, that'll give me time to go up and see for myself what is in actuality there now and what could possibly be done to alleviate some of that. So I'll hold off on putting that on, Mr. Mayor, until everybody else has had a chance to speak, if you'd like.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you. So this project, I think, meets a lot of the goals that people are interested in Fort Langley. It does meet having some multifamily, or I would say less expensive homes than the current single-family homes that we might see in most of Fort Langley. I do think that having a townhouse type of complex or facility in that area does work. I think that it works well with the cycling paths and walkways along Royal Avenue. That'll make it a much add to the walkability of the Fort Langley area. I did hear at the public hearing, certainly there were concerns about parking, and I think that is something that we do need to think about, is the parking issues. As Fort Langley does already have a lot of parking challenges, and I do think that even though this application does meet the bylaw, I think it's something we might want to discuss is some other options that we might have around parking. But in terms of the look of the project, in terms of the traffic flow, I know some people mentioned about traffic, but well, it will add some traffic, that there's no doubt. I'm not sure that it's a substantial amount all at one time period during the day. I think we heard that from the traffic engineer that spoke to us last day at the public hearing. So for me, you know, I guess I feel that I'm not sure I need a deferral. I've seen the plans. We've been discussing this for quite a number of months now, and what it would look like. But it is something that I would probably be interested in a referral to staff to continue to work with the proponent around some slight, and I use the word slight, modifications around parking. But overall, I'm very supportive of the project.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I know a lot of the people that spoke. I think there was 17 or so people. A lot of them had issues with parking and traffic. And Mrs. Bauer, I sent some pictures, and I don't know what, maybe I would, if Councillor Richter wanted to, I would support a referral, but I did take some pictures just yesterday, and that picture there is of a hedge. If you notice where the pole is, and I guess maybe I'm a little out of order here. But I'll see if I can correct. The lateral streets surrounding the development area have reduced parking by the physical obstacles that they put in place, such as this. If you notice this hedge, there's the pavement right there. This hedge is well within the township property. Is there another picture there? Is it coming? This next picture, I think, is of an
I do have 4 pictures, so if you'd let me know which one, maybe I can guess at which one we're up to.
Oh, it's the one with the, just throw one on there. I'll talk about it. Just the next one. Sorry. Okay, I'll just change directions here. This picture is going up to the development, and people are parking on both sides there. This is Fort Langley. A lot of we all have a big parking problem, but these were just people, just while I was there, that were using the road pedestrian. If this white line means that that's supposed to be a pedestrian walk, it's really difficult. Next picture. Okay, that was the worst picture I picked. But anyhow, down further on the right-hand side is the development. And you can say, okay, one more picture. Sorry, this is not not as I planned, but anyhow, I guess we need to consider this the impact that this development is going to have on off parking. Yeah, there's another there. Well, there's a picture. This is you know, we're gonna there's just an awful lot of parking, and I believe that if they use Royal Street, it's going to take possibly 20, 25 cars parkings out of there. I'm going to go, we're done with the pictures now, but if we allow this development without looking at the problems that it's going to cause for parking and traffic issues, we're not going far enough, because right on all the roads to and from, you know, and all the roads that run laterally and perpendicular with this, people have worked their way right out. There's things there that, you know, rocks on the road to keep people out, people from parking. There's even somebody that's taken their own initiative and putting up 2 or 3 signs, no parking, and right beside the pavement. So I did have a bit of a motion here that an amendment that we send this back to staff to look. Oh, no, I have an amendment. Sorry, should I just read it?
You have an amendment to it?
I don't know if it's, you got to listen to everybody first, but it is an amendment to send it back so we could come up with possible solutions, and including not shutting down Royal, just to see if we can solve some of the traffic and issues. So maybe if
we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Ferguson.
I think there's a lot of discussion here, and that's good. I think there seems to be a feeling that for us to take more time and look at this. I know that usually we say refer it back to staff based on the issues and items raised at the public hearing. I'm not making a motion right now. I'm just saying that's what we usually do, and I'm not sure if the proponents of those motions coming up, and I know parking, traffic, there's a little bit of identification and some form and character, but those are things that have to be addressed. But we'll have to wait and see what happens and take some more time. And I myself also want another, although I'm up in that area quite a bit. I'm mostly out in Glen Valley, but I'd like to revisit the site as well. And I also have been watching how the museum structure has been coming up. So those are my points, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I really like the project. I really like the fact that there's families that can move into a townhouse that may be a little bit more affordable than a single family home. And I do hear from the residents that, you know, the parking, they're concerned about parking. So I would be okay with sending it back to just, you know, maybe, you know, hear about if we can do something about the parking. But I do like this project. But yeah, those are my comments.
Yep. Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm going to chime in and say I also was very attentive to all the information that came forward, not just at the public hearing, but from the Fort Langley Community Association. There was a huge volume of people that were talking about this project. And so in reading that, I think that there were certain themes that came out. And to me, the one theme that resonated with me, although I'm not a community member there, but I do go there relatively often. And I think the parking is the biggest issue, and I think it was raised originally with those who perhaps had an expectation at one point in an earlier iteration that there would have been underground parking here. And we know now that several amendments have been made to the plan to address certain things. And so for me, the distillation, I would just hope that if we decide to vote in favor of a deferral or referring it back to staff, that we be more explicit about what it is that we're hoping the proponent would do. Because my observation is there were very many amendments that were made already based on public engagement. So the exterior look, the aesthetics, the height, more green space, all of these things have already been changed in the plan. And so I don't know if it could be achieved today, but I think personally, although we can't fetter what council wants to do, but I think the scope of the discussion should primarily focus or just only focus on parking, because I think some of these other issues, and I'm trying to be as empathetic as possible to a neighborhood that's well established, the people that live there who've had access and a view to very small houses and large green space for many years. I think this is a conversation that happens in many communities when there's change. And so undoubtedly, change, human nature is to be somewhat conservative in this regard and, rebuff any change. But many people, when they were talking about this, talked about the jewel of Fort Langley. And I was thinking about that today, and I thought, a jewel is only really beautiful because of its facets. It's not just a thing. It's got many different facets. And to me, if I was going to express what I really liked about this, is the very character of something that doesn't currently exist in Fort Langley. I think it brings a new vibrancy, a new option, a new opportunity, etc. So the only thing I would put forward if we are going to have it sent back to staff, there was a couple of people that referenced the potential for apron parking. And since I don't do site design, I don't know what that could amount to, but I think it would be reasonable to attribute a number to what our expectation is for parking. Because if we're just saying we want more parking, I just don't think that that's kind of fair feedback under these circumstances. If it meets the requirement and we would like more, then I think we have to just be a little more concrete about how much more parking. Do we want the parking to be doubled on the site? I don't know what we can do about the exterior parking. That's always going to be a challenge. I would project that in the future, some of those parking challenges could be alleviated by other things going on, but we immediately have to look at this one. So I just want to express maybe apron parking is something that could be considered by the proponent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Long?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm confused because, so somebody wants to go up and have a look, Councilor Richter wants to go see it, but of course it's not been built yet, so I'm not sure what you're going to see when you go out there. It's going to, it's Fort Langley. Until this development is built, I don't think you can assess the parking, but mind you, we've got 98 parking spaces required, and that's what the proponent's providing. So are we going to change the rules and say that's not enough? Well, we should have done that a while ago. Maybe we'll do that for the future, I don't know. We're going to refer it back for parking, so what are we going to do? Ask for 1, 2, 3, 4 more? So I think if we're going to refer it, which I don't agree with, because they have followed the requirements for parking, if we are, we have to say, well, we want so many more parking spaces, and I guess that's, I don't know how you would really do that, but maybe that's something that staff could advise us on tonight. But I don't see deferring it or just pushing it off for a week or two is going to make any difference. If you want more parking, you're going to have to ask for more parking. But I think there's 100 parking, almost 100 parking spots there. And, the price of gas, maybe people won't be having so many cars, who knows? But it is a walking community. There are lots of amenities nearby. The need for a car in Fort Langley is not perhaps as required as maybe living out in the more rural areas. So that's just the way it is, and I think that's a good thing. We're looking at a bit of a densification. We're looking at a different variety of housing options for people. The 2-car garages are there. The big concern I heard was, oh, people are going to, put all their stuff in the garages. Well, there's a covenant, so I think that the strata or whoever it is that's in charge down there will have to make sure that that doesn't happen, because it's not supposed to happen, and it can't happen because the covenant says you need to park your car in there. And they might have to do something with the public parking too, maybe like at my folks' place, so you have to get a sticker from the owner. If you're going to be a visitor parking, you have to be, permitted or something so that the public doesn't park there. But Fort Langley's always had an issue with parking. There's plenty of bare land downtown. Why don't somebody put a parking lot in there? That'd be a good idea. But anyway, I don't see the idea of deferring it as being constructive, because you'd have to say what it is you're deferring it for. If you want to wait for a week to go look at a construction site, I don't see how that's going to benefit. I did hear the concerns of the public. I do feel that the proposal is meeting all of the requirements and more. So I would encourage this council to move things along, deal with it, vote it up, vote it down. But if you're going to refer it, you need to be specific.
Okay, thank you. I think with the high price of gas, they'll be leaving the cars on the parking spots. There you go. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Richter. I think after hearing the discussion, certainly your deferral, or it could just be referral to staff to address the concerns heard at the public hearing. I'll still give you 3 weeks to look at it, and it gives staff to do some meaningful discussions with the proponent to bring it back. But I'll leave it with you. You've asked for the...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I'm going to and I don't know if it's a referral or a deferral. I want to defer consideration of third reading to the next meeting of council.
Okay. It's been moved by Councillor Richter as a deferral and seconded by Councillor Davis. So on the deferral, Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to the deferral at all? Or?
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to go up and have another look at that Royal Avenue. If we're going to close it, maybe we should be closing it to make it a parking lot. And I want to go and see if that's feasible, if there's other areas that are feasible. I just don't think it's wise of us to proceed with this right now if we don't have some suggestions around how to address the traffic and the parking, because that theme was so loud and clear. I at the next meeting too, I mean, if council wants to refer it to staff, that would be good. And I could support that as well. But for now, I want to go and see for myself what the options are that could be brought forward in a deferral or a referral to staff. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. A deferral will not, staff will do nothing. It'll just be deferred and then come back to us to carry the discussion if this passes.
Yeah, but it would be good if council has some suggestions to give staff to look into. And that's where I'm coming from. I want some more time to go see for myself and come up with some suggestions.
Okay, but then it would be referral. So right now we're just deferring. So staff, based on the motion in front of us, I'll get clarification from Mr. Backen. Staff would be doing nothing until they heard back from council on a referral or pass. Or
yeah, my intent is don't vote on this today. Let's vote on it next meeting.
That's a deferral. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And also, depending on the outcome of H1, we'll immediately go to H2, and it should follow the outcome of this one, so we won't debate it. We'll just go on to it. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Mr. Mayor, yes. I would like to ask questions about H2.
Okay, because it'll just get deferred anyway, but you could, sure, certainly. Yeah.
Oh, you just want to defer that to the next meeting? Yeah, okay.
It's connected to H1, so we would just defer. We'd have to basically defer it. It is connected. Staff have advised me it's really kind of goes with H1, so we should just treat it the same at this point and just defer it then if that's the wish.
Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I think that it should be a referral as opposed to deferral. I would like to have staff have opportunity to work with a proponent on some other concepts and ideas. I'm not a developer, so I don't have a lot of big ideas for it, but certainly I think the issue for me is that while we can't expect that a project this is going to solve external parking in Fort Langley, I want to make sure that it's not really contributing to the external parking problem outside of the complex. And so whether that's one or two less units, I don't know, whether that's apron parking, whether it's a slight change in the way some things are done. I know that there is some parking adjustments being done because of the closure of Royal Avenue. I think it would just be helpful at the next meeting to hear from staff, after also working with the proponent, some of their thoughts and ideas around ways that we could maybe enhance. And I'm talking enhancements because I am 95% in love with the project and think it's a really great project. But is there some ways that we can enhance the parking so that it's not as much of a concern for the citizens in Fort Langley and the residents that live there, and allow staff to do that work with the proponent? And certainly during that time, council, you can go and take as many looks as you'd like, and you can come back with ideas and questions to ask the staff. But we'd have that ability to come back at the next meeting with a report from staff after spending some time with the proponent. That seems to make more sense than us just sitting around waiting and then decide what happens in 2 weeks. So I would prefer a referral.
Thank you. So based on the outcome of this motion, if it does fail, then I'll go to you to move a referral. But we'll have to dispense with this one. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to clarify too, previous first and second reading and public hearing, I declared a conflict of interest on this item. I've been subsequently informed, this was my opinion all along anyway, that I am actually not in conflict on this item, so I'm happy to participate and try to help on this one. I think the logic of the deferral kind of makes sense to me. I think Councillor Ferguson was headed in the right direction here, that we typically see a referral back that is non-specific to addressed input. I think here it would be pretty helpful, I think, to try to come up with a referral that's more prescriptive than, a unit or two and a few parking stalls, which is kind of where I'm getting the direction that some want to go. That's, I think, just going to result in another debate about another referral when it comes back. And so I think we actually would end up saving time for everyone to try to come up with a more prescriptive referral that had more buy-in from most of council or all of council, as much as that's possible, rather than a referral for minor changes, which are just going to be referred back again. In my opinion, I think that's probably what we would see. I have not, I'll speak to the main motion if this deferral fails, but I don't consider the project to be only requiring slight modifications, but I think I would like to have some time again to go over all of the input. It was, I believe, from recollection, the second largest public hearing of this council term. And I think that we should treat that with some respect. And we've only had a week. That's the other challenge, Mr. Mayor. Typically, after most council meeting cycles, we would have had 2 weeks to review all of the submissions. There were quite a few written submissions. I'd like to go over those again and potentially have some more substantive suggestions that can either be sent to staff as part of one referral or defeated, and we can move on. But I don't think that we're actually going to end up saving time by voting against this deferral. For a slightly more unique process. I also want to remind everyone this is not private property owned by a proponent. This is owned by the taxpayer, subject to certain conditions and various things I'm not sure I can get into. But as of now, as I understand it, this is public land. So we should, I think, treat it a little differently than we might with someone with private property interests looking to develop in accordance with a community plan. This is also a pretty significant OCP amendment, which typically has not received much support for this area. So I'm a bit confused why we're all suddenly all of a sudden, a few changes and we're good to go. I think that what I heard was that we owe the community and the area to take more of a look at it than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
We need to look at the legal ramifications here, because if you defer it, that means it hasn't received consideration at third reading, which means you can't talk to anybody about it. Is that right, Mr.? Through you to staff?
Well, you can
That's going to be very awkward.
You can speak to staff
Well,
about it, but you
no,
can't
but it sounds
get
like
any
the
new...
council wants to go out there and talk to all kinds of people.
No, I haven't heard that. They've asked to take
But
a look
anyway,
at it.
I think that is a legitimate concern that I would have, and council needs to think about that if you defer third reading, then you are putting it in sort of this twilight zone, whereas a referral might be better, and we could do both. You could have a referral that staff could come back with some concerns that were raised at the public hearing, and we could still consider those, as well as all this other investigative work that many councillors want to do. But there is a real concern that I would have, and council needs to think about this, and I would like to hear staff comment on it, Your Worship, that if you defer third reading for a couple of weeks, doesn't that put it a little bit in jeopardy, or in terms of what can and cannot be done by councillors?
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. It is correct that after the public hearing is closed, council should not receive any further submissions from the public. They can, however, discuss the application for purposes of clarification with staff or potentially with each other, provided it's not formally a meeting, to better understand the application so they can deliberate at third reading.
And so, but if it was referred to staff for a couple of weeks, what does that, how does that work with councillors in the interim?
Your Worship, the same rules would still apply. The referral would then be based upon the rationale provided by council in terms of the referral itself. So if it was to look at parking, then it would be to look at parking or whatever else may be included as part of the referral. At this point, the deferral will simply act as a time for council to consider and reflect prior to any staff taking any further action unless it's obvious or is something that we feel needs clarification from the public hearing itself.
But I still maintain, Your Worship, that we've had a public hearing, we've closed the public hearing, we've received public input. So the council should really be focusing on those concerns that were brought up, and there were a number of them. There were 16 or 17 speakers and about 15 or 16 letters. Plus, this project has been around for a while, a couple of public information meetings as well. So why not refer, if we're going to do anything, refer it to staff to come back with some consideration of those concerns that were brought up. And at the same time, you're getting a deferral anyway because it's going to take a couple of weeks. So I think it's a much cleaner way to go. Not that I would really want to support that. It's the same enigma I'm in with the other things we've done today. I'd rather advance the project, but I think that's a far better way to go than just deferring it.
So, yeah, so based on we have to
Let's
dispense.
vote this down and put a referral on, and then we get both.
Take it from that, you're opposed. Okay. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks for that. The recommendation to vote it down, I appreciate that. I would like to know, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like me to amend the deferral to include H2, then we can just dispose of the deferral concept in its entirety.
I suppose let's do it separately.
Wanna
Just
do it
cleaner for the
separately?
minutes. That's all. It'll be quick.
I'm more hopeful than you that this is going to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, on the deferral, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And
Aye.
opposed? In favor of the deferral? In favor of the deferral? Okay, so I'll start again. I got some confusion here. All those in favor of the deferral? Okay.
Aye.
All those opposed to the deferral? Okay, so Councillor Longmire, opposed, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Kunst. Back to the main motion. I was going to go back to Councillor Whitmarsh. So we'll get your mic on. So the deferral fails. So Councillor Whitmarsh, you had said you wished to make a referral.
I would like to make a referral motion to staff to work with the proponent or builders on this complex on the issues around parking, the parking issues that were brought up at the public hearing.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Kunst. Okay, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like staff also to consider not closing Royal Avenue or converting Royal Avenue into an additional parking lot.
Okay, that'll come up under H2, so we will get to that. So we're dealing with H1, and is that correct, Mr. Backen? That would be more appropriate under H2, is that correct?
Certainly, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. If that's okay, Councillor Richter, we'll just hold that thought.
Well, no, I mean, H2 is the lane. It's not Royal Avenue. It's just the lane.
Okay,
So
you're right.
Royal Avenue should not be closed, or if it is closed, it should be converted to
The councillor
parking.
is correct, Your Worship.
Yes.
The reference was H2 was the lane, not Royal.
That's right, correct. So I'll let you, Councillor Richter, I misread that. So if you wish to make that amendment, I'll go through the list and come back to
Well,
you.
why do I have to amend it? Don't we just say what we want staff to? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
that-
make, I
that's
will
the
make an
amendment,
amendment.
because this is a referral amendment, so.
Okay, I will make an amendment that Royal Avenue not be closed, or if it is closed, that it be converted to parking.
Okay, so I will, excuse me, Councillor Long, I'm just gonna ask Councillor Richter to hold that, so I go through the speakers list, and I'll come back to you for that amendment, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Woodward.
Up, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I thought you did, I had your name, something changed then, or my eyes are going. Okay, we had Richter, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Long, Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, so I appreciate what Councillor Whitmarsh has done. I was just wondering if he would also want to, or whether either friendly or whether another one, just the address or just answer some of the concerns raised by the residents in the public hearing. And there was a number that you've talked about energy, they talked about density, they talked about impact on the community. There's a few others. I mean, they could obviously be addressed in one sweet report, so that way, whether we agree or disagree, at least they'd be addressed and go according. That's sometimes what we've done in the past, and do you need a motion for that, Mr. Mayor, or just?
I'll just check with Mr. Backen if the motion that we're looking at now,
We're just looking at kind of like parking, I think.
Yeah, sorry, but the motion was specific to parking, or okay, so then it would have to add and other concerns raised at the public hearing.
Okay, so I would make that motion that we include the items addressed during the public hearing by the residents.
So if you'll hold that, I'll come back to you again.
Okay. And I think
I just
also, I
wanna go
think
through the
Councillor
speakers list.
Davis had some comments as well, but I
I'm just
can't
going
speak
through
for you, Davis. Anyway, thank you.
I'm going through the speakers list, and then we're going to start going at the amendments to the amendment, or to the referral, I should say. So on the referral, Councillor Long.
Yeah, well, I would agree with what's being said. Rather than make the motion about parking, why not make it about all the concerns that were raised at the public hearing? That covers everything, because there were some other things brought up, which may be easy to fix, you know, that's something about electrical heat pumps instead of whatever, and then an explanation about Royal can be coming in as well, because there is a bunch of parking on Royal, according to the map that I'm looking at. But anyway, it'd be much better, I think, if we did that. So whether you want to change the motion or amend it?
We're going to go through one at a time.
Oh, I think we should amend it to just simply say that, all the issues brought up at the public hearing, and then it's all covered, right?
So I'm just going through the list on the referral, and then I'll go to Councillor Richter, then Councillor Ferguson. So Councillor Davis.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, I had an amendment that I was just to send it almost the same as Councillor Whitmarsh, so I'll support his.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
I'm going to need an update on exactly where we're at with the plan here, Mr. Mayor, to try to capture some of these concepts. I think the referral just for parking certainly needs to be updated. So what's your plan here to try to incorporate?
So right now, we are on a motion to refer third reading to address the concerns regarding parking. I'm allowing or asking council if they wish to make comments on it. Then I'm going to go to Councillor Richter, who wished to make an amendment, and then Councillor Ferguson, who wished to make an amendment.
Okay, so what I would like to do then is preserve 2 chances to speak to the amended referral when all that is completed, if I can do that.
Sure, you just asked a question. That's fine. Yeah. All right. Okay, Councillor Long, can we go to the amendments, or you want to? You know, some of that? Well, I'm going to go to. Okay, you want to make an amendment? I'm going to go to Councillor Richter first for her amendment, then Ferguson, and then if you wish to, I'll come to you.
Okay, my amendment would be that staff specifically look at not closing Royal Avenue or converting the closed Royal Avenue to parking.
So not closing Royal Avenue, and I'm sorry, I forgot, I missed the second part. And using it for parking, or not using it?
Okay, not closing Royal Avenue so it can continue to be used for parking.
Okay, so it can.
Or alternatively, if they are going to close it, that it be converted to parking.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
To the maximum, yeah.
Is there a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Davis seconds it. Okay, so on the amendment to the referral, Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just to say, I think that this is an option that should be looked at more closely because it could solve all the parking concerns that were brought up.
Thank you.
And it by providing enough parking spaces.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Okay, it's getting worse, okay? So why don't we just refer the issues from the public hearing? First of all, if you look at the map, Councillor Richter, I should be mentioning your name because I don't like people mentioning my name, but it does show half of Royal Avenue with public parking already. That's what the whole idea, that's what's being proposed here. So again, and this is the theme for this whole entire council meeting, let's not micromanage. Let's send it back to staff to address all these concerns, including everything we're hearing. But if you want to be specific, to me, that's too dangerous. So let's just refer everything from the public hearing, which includes, I believe, Councillor Richter's concern, but doesn't exclude the other 16 or 18 concerns, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you. So the best way is to vote on it. So on Councillor Richter's amendment to the referral, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? So Councillor Long, Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Kunz opposed. So that amendment fails. I'll move to Councillor Ferguson.
At the public hearing of February 28, 2022. be sent and referred to staff accordingly.
And it's been moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Long. I'll call the question. All those, Councillor Woodward, sorry, you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, it's an amendment. Referral, not referred away. Is that correct?
It's amendment to the referral.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifying it.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I want to make sure that even though my Royal motion didn't pass, that additional parking in Royal could be also considered. Is that what is going to be included here?
That's correct.
With
Yeah,
this?
yes, that would be part of what staff would be doing. Certainly all options would be on the table when they do talk to the proponent. All right, I'm going to call, I'll call the question on the amendment. The amendment is, Ms. Bauer, could you please, the amendment to?
The amendment, it would be to add the concerns from the public hearing to the referral?
Yeah, and this is the amendment to the amendment, isn't it? Yes. Got to keep the score straight here. It's like a hockey game. Are we, no? We're amending the main motion.
We're still amending the referral.
The referral, okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the referral. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'm opposed, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Richter opposed. We're now on the referral as amended, and Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to the referral as amended?
No, I just haven't taken my hand down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Woodward? On the referral as amended.
So I think the challenge that so now that we're done with the sort of a referral in this form, more typical form, I'm assuming, is it presupposes that it's worth working with this development in the first place. So I think that's what I would have preferred a few weeks to look at. I think that made more sense, but we're going to refer it now to address concerns, to marginally change it. And I'd probably be having the same debate again anyway. When I look at this development, I don't really see Fort Langley reflected in it. I don't really see sort of a good development in the sense that it took the site in its context with the museum on one side and single family on the other, and a national park on the other. It's a bit of a challenging context, and I think it was just, here's a Willoughby style townhouse development for you. And I don't think that really takes advantage or treats it with the uniqueness that it deserved, some creativity that it deserved. It's public land that I think had a huge opportunity that's been lost. I think with just simply presupposing that somehow we're going to tweak this a bit, it's clear to me who benefits from this development, and it's not the taxpayer. So I think, I may have some time. I guess it'll be referred back. Maybe I'll have a conversation with management about what that coming back might look like, and maybe prepare some additional thoughts. But we have a number of challenges in Fort Langley. I don't consider a 24 UPA, I think roughly. The current designation for multifamily in Fort Langley is 12 UPA. I think that there's a number of steps that have been skipped here. I think the process has been deeply flawed, but I still think there may be something to work with, but not if it's going to be about tweaking a few parking stalls and removing a few units. I don't think this is the right direction. I think that so much more could have been done with this site than has been presented to us, and I think that was reflected in the submissions at the public hearing. None of these units will be affordable for anybody I know except myself. I consider that to be a tragic, that's just the reality of it. Everybody knows that. But I consider that to be a tragic situation, and a significant lost opportunity, and just doing what's easy and not doing what's right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't know the definition of affordable, but we will now call the question on the referral as amended. All those in favor? And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis, Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. And then we're going to go to H2. So from what I understand from staff, if this gets referred, that gets referred. It just follows the same process. If I could have a motion to refer H2 for the same reasons. Councillor Kuntz moves it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Whitmarsh, all those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Oh, Councillor Woodward is opposed to the referral. Thank you. Okay, we go to bylaws for final adoption. And so at this point, I'll go to I1, then I'll add the supplemental agenda after I1. So I1, sanitary sewer local area service bylaw 5768. Could I have a motion, please? Oh, you're in conflict? Okay, sorry. I'll give you a second. We're going to be through pretty quick now. I don't want to. Okay, a motion. Did I get a motion? Motion? Councillor Kunst, and seconder was, I got Whitmarsh. Okay, thanks. I just forgot with Councillor Ferguson's. Councillor Richter on this one? On I1? You're mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. There were several items that came in on items distributed on March 3rd. Number, where is it? 31, 32, 33 as an example. No, sorry, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Those were the items. Who are all people that live in this area that are saying quite strongly that they're opposed to it. I wonder if there's a need for either A, us to share the survey results with them, or B, do a resurvey. Because it doesn't sound to me like it's widespread acceptance.
So I'll defer to Mr. Backen. There was the official process, and if there are any changes, the official process will have to be redone, and I believe it was fairly substantial in favor. Mr. Backen.
To comment, the survey results were shared. I believe that's why they wrote in. As you'll recall, there was a substantial percentage that were in favor, but not 100%. I'm advised this group represents that portion that was not in favor. So now that the process has come to a close, they're looking for council's intervention to exclude them or to repurpose the petition process. Just a reminder that if there is to be any changes, then we must start the process again. Any change in terms of the benefiting area or any change in the financial contributions require the process to start again.
Okay, but we don't have a parcel tax review committee meeting this year. But it would seem to me that these parcel owners are going to have their taxes significantly affected.
If you could explain, Mr. Backen, it doesn't affect their taxes.
Your Worship, this is a local area service, so it's not a matter of the parcel review board. It's really a matter of there'll be a charge for an additional amenity. The amenity would be the connection referenced in the application. As a consequence, they may feel that that's a benefit that they don't want. However, the way the legislation is structured, once and in accordance with our policies, once they reach the threshold, the remaining landowners then can rely on the process to say that the area would be serviced.
Okay, so what can be done for these people that are upset about being included in this? Can anything be done for them?
The only thing that could be done is to restart the process, I guess likely excluding them, which would then be the detriment of the other landowners because they've relied on their contribution to this process by way of the fact that there's required to be 2/3, I think, is the requirement, or 60% that's required before this can advance.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion then that we restart the process excluding those people who have written in saying they're very opposed to it.
I'll see if there's a seconder. I don't see a seconder, so we'll. Okay, seconded by Councillor Woodward. I have some grave concerns because I've gone through these processes not only in my private, personal property, but many times on council, and it's like a park that goes up in your neighborhood. You pay for that portion of your taxes. You may never walk your dog on that park or set foot on it. Yet it is part of the community, and this is similar. And it is unfortunate. There are always some that may not be in favor of it, but we do have a process, and that process was followed, and there's legislation that was followed. But to restart it again without them changes it drastically, and yet I think there is a long-term benefit to property owners when they can be, even if they don't connect to it, it goes past their house and it does increase their value, in my opinion, but I may be wrong. Same goes for water, so that's just my comments on it. So I'll call the question on that was the motion of Councillor Richter. So all those in favor, and all those opposed. So Mayor Froese, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Kunz, Councillor Long is opposed. So we're back to the main motion. I'll call the question on the main motion. All those in favor and opposed?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson opposed. It carries. Ask Councillor Ferguson to step back in, please. Move on to correspondence. There are 2 items of correspondence. I'll just ask for a motion to receive those.
Your worship, we have the supplemental agenda.
Oh, supplemental, sorry. Yeah, I did mention that and then got bogged down. Okay, so I2, rezoning application number 10605, and we'll go to the bylaw first, bylaw 5687. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Ferguson, seconder. Second, Councillor Kunst. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now the Councillor Arneson opposed. Councillor Richter opposed.
Yeah, I don't have the material.
There's a supplemental agenda that was sent out. Maybe Ms. Bauer.
We emailed it out on Friday afternoon.
On Friday.
Okay. All right. But I'm going to stay opposed because I haven't read it then. Thank you.
Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. And then we're on to the development permit application number 101161. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh and second. Councillor Long. All those in favor and opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. So that carries. Go to I3, rezoning application number 100606. The development permit. We'll go to the bylaw first, bylaw 5688. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kunst, the seconder. The second, Councillor Ferguson. All those in favor and opposed?
Opposed.
Richter opposed. Carries. The development permit, application number 101162. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Long. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'm opposed.
Sorry, opposed is Councillor Richter. And so that takes us back to the original agenda. And now we're on to correspondence. There's 2 items of correspondence. Could I have a motion to receive, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, seconder. Second, Councillor Davis. On receipt, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I had a question with regards to J1 and the clerk's note. Has that or will that information be shared with Mr. Wenman?
Mr. Backen or Ms. Bauer?
The information has been shared, and that is why he's asked for the waiver. He understands the process. He's just objecting to the fee.
Okay, but if his trees are hazardous, there wouldn't be a fee, would there?
No, but there would still be the deposits.
I see, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to minutes of committees. Seniors Advisory Committee, February 16th. Agriculture Advisory Economic Enhancement Committee, February 23rd. Could I have a motion to receive the minutes? Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Kunst. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. K2 is the Seniors Advisory Committee recommended motion. We endorse the work plan. Got a motion, please? Councillor Arneson, seconder. Second. Okay, second. Councillor Kunst. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had a question about the work plan. It's a very big, ambitious work plan. Is the committee going to be able to get it all done?
Sure, I'll ask the co-chair. If not, Councillor Arneson is going to be hard at work in her evenings.
Maybe homework time. Yes, I understand. It is very comprehensive and ambitious. My understanding is that there are certain items, and we're already moving forward on them. I believe that even last year there was some remaining items, and there are always opportunities to undertake them at a future date. So if you consider that we've got too much on our agenda, personally, I'd rather have too much than too little. I would like to encourage the committee to be very engaged, of course, without, being overbearing. So I don't have any concerns. I think that it's been well structured in the sense that we do have the ability, and I do understand that there are limitations to this year because of the election, etc. So we'll do our best to try and manage that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Heritage Advisory Committee recommended motion, appointments of some individuals. Councillor Long moves it, seconder. Councillor Kunst. Councillor Woodward.
Side of caution, conflict of interest on,
Oh,
on
okay.
this one. Yep.
Okay. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Councillor Woodward, come back. Thanks. Lucky guy. Mayor's report. I can't find it. Can't get out of the mayor's report. All right, everyone's left, almost everyone. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I know there's lots out there in Zoom land. On March 3rd, Councillor Arneson attended, I don't know if the slide's coming up, I should pause a minute. Oh, for the mayor's report, do we have anything, Ms. Bauer, or is it? I know my executive assistant works very hard to put this together, and I hate not to show it. Oh. It's up there. It's not on our screens for some reason. Okay. Okay. Are we ready to go? Thanks. I don't know who's going to advance. Are you going to sit there and advance the slides? March 3rd, Councillor Arneson attended the virtual event Local Governments and Climate Action presented by the BC Municipal Climate Leadership Council and the Community Energy Association with the Honourable George Heyman, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. Together with experts from the province and Community Energy Association, Minister Heyman outlined the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030 and the implications for local governments. Also March 3rd, I attended the virtual meeting with Ministers Osborne, Bear, and the recently appointed Minister of Municipal Affairs, Nathan Cullen, to discuss key issues and initiatives in the community. Acting Mayor Ferguson attended and judged the Glen Valley 4-H District Senior Speeches on March the 4th. Langley 4-H aims at developing its members on many levels and learning how to communicate effectively as part of the program. Congratulations to the participants and the winners, and thank you, Councillor Ferguson, for doing that. On March the 5th, I participated in a tour of the new United Boulevard Recycling and Waste Center in Coquitlam. This state-of-the-art facility is a one-stop drop-off facility that will help increase the region's recycling rate and reduce waste. It offers a range of recycling and reuse opportunities for items such as textiles, batteries, electronics, light fixtures, and plastic bags. It is also designed to be safe and convenient to use with large queue and tipping areas and separate access and travel areas for small, commercial, and service vehicles. Metro Vancouver is already a North American leader in waste reduction and recycling success, the 64% recycling rate. However, our goal is to reach 80% diversion, and this facility will help us get there. And I would say this is, I would say, the best one in North America. It's an amazing facility. Also, on March the 5th, I attended the Langley Memorial Hospital Foundation's Giving Hearts Gala at the Coast Hotel and Convention Center. I was there along with Councillor Woodward, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Kunst, and Councillor Whitmarsh. Mayor Vandenbroek and I, we auctioned off our dinner. The two of us ended up selling 6 separate dinners for $6,500 each, raising a total of $39,000 to support the Langley Memorial Hospital's maternity center with a new, urgently needed pediatric giraffe care station for newborns. And I was told at the gala that each one of these cost $35,000. The giraffe embraces a premature or sick newborn baby in warmth, provides vital medical treatment, and improves fast access for staff to provide care and parents to comfort their new baby. I'm overjoyed at the amount of money we were able to raise and thank the Langley Memorial Hospital Foundation for all the work they do for our community. And I know there were many other ways to raise money, and I haven't heard the final number, but again, congratulations and thank you. Manji Gill was instrumental in helping organize that. Again, on March the 5th, Councillors Kunst and Long attended the Rotary Club of Langley Central's International Women's Day event. Phyllis Webstad, founder of the Orange Shirt Society and the woman who inspired Orange Shirt Day, spoke to the attendees, and 3 local women were recognized with the Unsung Hero Awards. Congratulations to the recipients who make our society and community a better place. Oh, so Councillor Arneson was there and Councillor Ferguson. Okay, thank you. And Councillor, I got Councillor Long, Councillor Coons, but I didn't have the other two names in here. But thanks for pointing that out. All right, so does anybody have anything else? If not, we'll go back to the agenda. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
So the liquid waste folks are meeting this Wednesday, so we're going to be talking about, again, the mega projects that are ongoing with liquid waste throughout the region. And there'll be other information accordingly. And I also brought everybody a copy of the Moose Hide campaign. I won't read it. The Moose Hide, other than I'll read the first sentence. The Moose Hide campaign is a grassroots movement of Indigenous and non-Indigenous men and boys who are standing up against violence against women and children. So you'll notice I'm wearing it, and I gave every member of council one. So that's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Richter.
I have nothing to report for Metro because we haven't had a meeting, and Parks is tomorrow or on Wednesday, but I did have my hand up for other business.
Okay, that's great. We'll move right into other business. Go ahead. Actually, yeah, go ahead with other business. You're right.
Other business? Okay. Yes. I'd like to move referral of the smoking bylaw recommended changes by ASH, their delegation to staff for a report.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, and I also have some items from items distributed from March the 3rd. Item number 30, and this is also item number 7 on today's items distributed regarding installing signage by the R.C. Garnett School as a result of the very upsetting accident that occurred near that school last week. So could I refer that to staff?
Certainly, yes. Yeah, we got that.
Okay. Item number 24 on page 64, query regarding putting an intersection in at 76th Avenue and 200th Street. We had that presentation. I'm wondering if staff could just send that person a response that it is in progress.
Okay, thank you. We got that.
Okay. Item number 31, 32, and 33. These are a series of letters that have been coming through regarding our masking and vaccine passport requirements, which we have because we're following the existing provincial health orders. But these people are claiming that they shouldn't have to pay property taxes now. So I was wondering if we could respond to them and also maybe just put a blanket statement on the Township of Langley page. I know staff have written to some of the other letters like this that have come through with a very good response about how we can't change the property taxes that are allocated by provincial legislation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and staff are responding to each one of those with that similar statement.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, but I just thought maybe if we put something on the township page, it might. There's obviously a little campaign going on out there.
I'll leave it. Yeah, staff have that.
Yeah, items distributed today, March the 7th, number 8 on page 14. A garbage dump developing at in the area of 83rd Avenue and 212th. I'm wondering if staff could give us a report on that. What we can do to stop that from happening.
Okay, thank you.
And the last one is item number 10, again on today's items distributed, page 17. Could we get a report from staff on this old jail park and the loss of lands to parking?
Memo? Yeah. Mr. Back? Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson, other business?
I wanted to just kind of run something, if I may, through the chair to staff, is as we all know, the price of fuel and other services are going skyrocketing, and I was just wondering if the staff could monitor it with either our MLAs and MPs as to opportunities or availability to put some kind of a reduction or some kind of a help to those folks needing of fuel and the necessary costs accordingly. And I'm just thinking of provincial legislation, regional legislation, otherwise. And I don't expect our staff to be able to do anything offhand, but they can monitor what other communities are doing and work with our provincial and federal folks to see if we can come up with some, some help for the residents and maybe keep those price of fuel down, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Backen, perhaps that would just be
yep, that's fine.
Something for.
Thank you.
Actually, a letter. I could send a letter. That's what council wanted. If you want to make a motion, send a letter to our MPs and MLAs.
Well, I don't even know if it's a letter. I just wanted to, basically to work with and watch and see if anything comes up as far as help and how that could be translated to us accordingly.
Okay, thank you. All right, see no other business. Need a motion to resolve in special close for the agenda items and non-table. Councilor Davis, second by Councilor Kunst. I want to add a property and intergovernmental under F2, and then H3, a legal. And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, we'll take, come back at 5 o'clock?
Okay, 5.
Mayor Frost?
5 o'clock. Counting.
Motion to terminate?
Oh.
In favor?
Thank you. Motion to terminate has been carried.
There we go. We did that. We did that.